third workshop on the annual plan. So we have got this afternoon to work through more of the numbers and ask more questions. As a council, I know we have all been working hard to try and reduce the rate number. And special thanks to staff who are sort of putting in the hard yards to answer all the questions that we've had over the last week or so. So I will hand it over to Tony. We've got Mark and Helen there, run through the slides. Just a reminder to councillors, we have got some information on Stella that came through, plus a couple of other emails that have come through from Helen as well. But I'll hand over to you, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to workshop number 3 on the draft annual plan budget. Today's approach is fairly straightforward. It's around, we'll give you an updated summary position of where we're now at, following some changes that have been found over the last week. We had a list of questions that we went away from last week's workshop with, so we've provided answers to those in the memo, the first memo that was circulated on Friday, so we're happy to answer any questions and queries and clarifications on that. We've got our team lined up just to come and give a really quick overview on the business cases that were unresolved from last week, so we can ask any detailed questions, because I know there are a lot of questions that came up from last week. Then we have the proposed rates 26, 27, the modelling, so what that actually looks like on the different property types throughout the district. Have a review of our overall position and any levers that could be pushed or pulled from here, and then next steps. So what do you want to see from here? And we've done some broad thinking around consultation, but it'll just be a reminder of what would mean that we are mandatorily required to consult versus choosing to consult if council wishes to go there. So that's our plan of attack for the next 4 hours, and we'll see how we go. We do have another workshop scheduled next Wednesday as well, a half day.
We do.
Yeah, yep. So we've got time. Okay, so in terms of the first update, I'm going to hand over to Helen, who will understand and explain the detail on this one.
Oh, yep. Need your light on. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the updated summary position that we are sitting at is 8.83% as of last night. So there are a couple of reasons for those changes. The first one was primarily around the presentation of the volumetric water. It wasn't included in the comparative before and had been included as total as part of the total rate revenue for the water services delivery plan. So that's been included in both of the columns now. That moved the rates down, so it wasn't an actual change to the amount that we were going to levy in terms of rates. We still had that correct for water at $10 million for rate revenue. It's just around the presentation of that, and it did change the rates percentage downwards. And there was the reduction of 38,000 that came out as one of the calls that was made in the last workshop too, so that helped reduce the rate down by just under 0.1, so 0.6 and 0.1 I think for those two adjustments. And then some changes that were picked up last night, reducing the amount for the waste management rate overall by 335,000. So two components in there. One was just around a system error that was picked up last night, an entry that was in there raising rates that shouldn't have been, and the other component of that was just looking at the repairs and maintenance expenditure. We do have budgets this year, and the team believe that that work can be delivered within the current year's budget, so they have also been removed. The net impact of those changes brought us down from 10.42 that we presented previously down to the 8.83% for the rates increase.
Just a question from Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Helen, and that's going the right way. Thank you. Do we have the breakdown urban, rural, and the various costs as a result? Is that in?
The rate modelling that will also be presented to you this afternoon. That has been based around the 9.42, yes, which is pretty close. We will be able to look to redo that rate modelling once we have the team back on board. but I think that's probably a good starter for you to get a feel of where the
Right.
urban, rural, otherwise split is.
So we'll see that when everybody's, okay.
It was circulated in an email from Helen.
That's right.
No,
No, not at that
At-
rate,
at
but
the
you'll
night.
see the circulation of the, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about this one.
Okay. Have you got a slide on the breakdown of the percentage for the water, Three Waters? Is that coming up? I know that was in our email. So you'd separated out the
think-
rate rise for the Three Waters.
just while we might be looking for a slide, I can just clarify through you, Liz, that the information that we circulated was that with Three Waters increase at 3.22% of the overall increase, it would actually leave the 8.83 as 5.62% for all other activities, with water on top of that. So that's a consistent way with those councils that are presenting rates increases separate from water because they've formed a CCO or done something else. So if we were to have a consistent approach to that, our rates increase would be 5.62%, and then rates is a further 3.22 on top of that. That's how you get the 8.83.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's good to be able to see that separation. Councillor Wilson.
You're perhaps referring to some of the work that I did that I took out of the data that Helen put through, and if I was correct on when you had the 9.5% number round, we had water increasing at 8.2 it depends on and wastewater at 8.9 increasing. So the 4.2 is over the total rates, but it's not over just the individual ratepayer and what they'll see their water and their wastewater increase at. So I think we had 8.2 and 8.9 of those sort of magnitudes for water and wastewater.
That's absolutely, well, I don't know if those numbers are 100% out, but I don't doubt you, and your theory is definitely right, that we've been trying to describe in this information what's leading to the 8.83% increase. Individual rates are increasing by more than that on their own levels, and of course many ratepayers get different levels of service and attract different rates. So it's not a comment on what's happening to an individual rate, nor is it a comment on what's happening to an individual ratepayer. It just describes what's behind the 8.83 in the current draft.
Okay, next slide.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah,
When we're going through the slide, are we commenting per slide, or are we waiting to the end of the presentation and then going through the departments?
I think if the staff can talk on that slide, and then if there's any questions on that slide, we'll ask it then. It just kind of,
So even Helen's overview.
yeah, why not? Yeah. Okay, Helen.
Thank you. The second part of working out the rates increase, we did some work around water and wastewater and how the information was presented in the Water Services Delivery Plan. There were two components to that. So one was the actual price, or the uniform annual charge that was calculated for the Water Services Delivery Plan for water and wastewater, and the other component was the total rate revenue that would be raised to complete the works. When we've worked through the modelling, there are a couple of factors in there that have changed. One is the number of connections. So an estimate was used when the Water Services Delivery Plan was developed in terms of connections, which becomes the divisor of the total amount of rates revenue that's required. And in particular for the water, the volumetric water was included as part of the total rate requirement. So the rate that was indicated for water in the Water Services Delivery Plan was a straight out average, which also included people on the volumetric water. So it was total rate revenue at $10 million divided by roughly the 12,000 connections to come out with that average price, as opposed to the correct calculation for the uniform annual general charge plus volumetric. So this piece of work that was also sent out, it was in section 2 of the memo, looks at a couple of different options that could be considered. The first one was to basically charge for water and wastewater based on the total rate requirement that was indicated in the annual plan. In doing so, there is a reduction in the price or the uniform annual charge for water and an increase in price for wastewater. Different in terms of compared to what we were indicating in the water services delivery plan. The other alternative way of looking at it would be to set the rates based on the unit price or the uniform annual charge that was indicated in the water services delivery plan, and calculate that forward in terms of determining what the overall rate requirement is. That would lift the rate requirement for drinking water and reduce the rate requirement for wastewater. In terms of funding, additional funds can always be used because we are smoothing those increases in terms of funding our renewal works. So there is a drawdown on reserves. That does work for water. It doesn't work for wastewater because it wouldn't recover enough in terms of what we had planned to recover, so we wouldn't need to draw on the reserve anymore, more to actually fund that work. So we would be looking for an indication from council as to the preferred approach around that. If we were to charge at the price or the uniform annual charge, it would increase the overall rate requirement by 2%. So that would be an additional 2% on top of the 8.83 that we're currently sitting at in terms of an average rate requirement across the district.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Just, you've confused the issue a wee bit there by putting excluding GST there and GST and the others. So if I look at the numbers that we had, so that's effectively, we had water at $803 and wastewater at $658. So for the, I know Hamish is saying it's targeted, but for 14,000 or whatever it is ratepayers in the district, that's a big part of their rates, 803 and 658. This is $1,461, so that's what a household would pay for water. No matter how rich or poor their house, you pay the same for water and wastewater. And then if using the bottom methodology, that would put it up to $1,555, which is another $94 that everybody would pay, regardless of your wealth or standing in the community. So I just would question why would we be looking to put another $94 on unless we've got good reason for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not sure it's a strong enough good reason, but our water service delivery plan contemplated a higher charge. So you could justify it on the basis that's what we undertook to charge. And we know that both the wastewater and the drinking water activities this year are running at a slight deficit. We've been reporting that all year. So at some point there's going to need to be recovery of some sums of money, and that might be another reason to charge a little more the following year. But whether those reasons are good enough is for your judgment.
What does everyone think? We've got two options there. Do you want a decision now on that? Yes? Okay. Option 1 or option 2. So wastewater we've got...
Can I clarify a couple of things? This morning we talked about the new bridge. Are we confirmed that we've put if we're going to put a water main under the new bridge, which we are, can we confirm that that's all been accounted for correctly? That's in the budget?
That's correct. That's in the water budget.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. I'll just show of hands. Option 1. Russell, have you got a question?
I have. Is there a middle, because if we're running at a deficit, I don't want to do that either, because that's how we've sort of got ourselves in trouble before, and then we've had to play catch up, and then there's been increases on top of that. So we soften the pain this year and double it next year almost. It doesn't feel right. Is there a middle ground that we could justify that to, our actuals are a bit more than we thought, so we need to recover that. But to go from, 698 to 799 does seem a massive jump, but if there's a bit of middle ground we could achieve, it might be okay.
Councillor Gilkison.
So I'm just quickly trying to refer back to the water services delivery plan in terms of do we have increases planned for future years in terms of rates? What does that look like?
Yes, that's correct. So it was about funding the shortfall in the earlier years, so the rate increases accommodate those shortfalls in the earlier years.
And what are those rate? Sorry, I'm just scrolling, but you'll
Dollars.
probably know. Or no, percents. Do you know? What are those rate
Not off the top of
increases
my head,
year
so
on
I'd
year?
have to go and have a look into it.
I'm just thinking that if you could spread out the increases over a couple of years, so ride a deficit, knowing that next year might be less, and also knowing that if rates capping comes in, water is actually exempt, so we still have that lever to play.
So we do plan that through the water services delivery plan, and I think that's probably through to year 8 or year 9. I can't recall the percentages.
Yeah.
But it's about increasing that depreciation funding, the renewal funding, so that we have sufficient funds to pay for what we're doing now, to repay those deficits and to start putting money aside for the future as well.
Yeah, and I guess to Russell's point, the risk is that it's more than what we think. So, yeah, okay.
Councillor Maxwell.
Just checking, so if we've been running, as we know, we've been running at a deficit for a while, so how is that currently being funded? Like if we delay this, I assume we're going to be paying interest somewhere.
The historical deficits are part of the work that I need to do around the reserve account balances, but indications from the period 6, so the 6 monthly financials that came to council recently were that this year could run, or was looking that it would run at a small deficit as well.
Councillor Everest.
So that was part of my question, is the reserve balances that we've currently got in option 1, do we have sufficient funds to actually run that in those reserve balances?
It would just need to be cash funded through council as existing balances have been done across various activities. So there aren't surplus funds sitting there to carry that. It would just be increasing the shortfall that we're doing. And the water services delivery plan did provide for that shortfall in the earlier years. So a shortfall was planned on the basis of the $10 million, which is how the rate has been calculated at the overall rate requirement level. So that hasn't changed. It's just an opportunity to reduce that deficit if council chose option 2.
So just a supplementary to Councillor Ellis's question then, it would be good to have some visuals in terms of how close or not the 698, 799 are to our actuals this year.
Or another piece of work we could do would be to contemplate that deficit and ensure that that is eliminated, and what would that do to the 698? Yeah. But because because the next year's budget is not based on the same amount of work, so it's not just but we could look at eliminating the deficit over this year, rather than accepting that it has to be solved by someone in the future. And what does that mean for the fee? And we'll end up with a charge somewhere between 698 and 799, excluding GST.
Councillor Wilson.
I think probably there is a bit of confusion. The reason that all water services plans had a deficit, and by being in-house, we can use the council budget as a whole, the debt service of the whole council, to fund deficits forward, whereas if you went out on your own, you had to stay within quite strict criteria, therefore you had to pay it back earlier. So saying that we're making a deficit, council, it's borrowing money all the time and repaying it. So to say that this 1 year, you can't look at it in 1 year, because the whole program is, it's too simplistic to say if we don't take it this year, we'll have to pay it back next year, really, because it's a bigger budget than that sort of, I think, is it?
I think that's right, but I think there is a solid argument that to take all the benefit in this annual plan period of this adjustment, while knowing that that it's running slightly under this year, is also doesn't feel quite right. That making some steps towards recovering it would be a reasonable thing to do. And as Helen says, the Water Service Delivery Plan already contemplates deficit being stretched out to have that in a manageable way, and that's all been approved and supported. But making it slightly worse via this mechanism is worth just a pause in thinking, is there a middle ground compromise?
I've just looked up the Water Service Delivery Plan, and in 27-28 we had 26-27 we had 919, which is the 799 plus GST, and then we went to 1,031 in 28-29, which is a 12% increase in year one. So if we didn't do that, we'd have to be going up, I don't know what it works out, quite a big amount. But I'm just saying it's 12%, and it's probably about the same again the year after, and the year after, and the year after. And, you know, that's just the way it is with water service delivery plans. The only thing I would say to people is the $94 difference for wastewater and drinking water is borne equally across everybody. So if you're concerned about the people in the $425,000 house, Ashburton, they bear another $52, $94 is 1.5% of their rates. So this one here does directly fall on a certain sector of our community unequally compared to maybe the person in the $10 million house. $94 is not, it is a significant amount, but it's not a big proportion of their rates compared to the small one. So that's the only thing I would flag.
So do we want to just pause this and come back?
Well,
Or-
I think in general, I would say that I would support 698 plus covering the deficit, and whatever that ends up being. I don't need to know it's $723 right now. That's
Oh, okay, got you.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Show of hands for that, for option one with the deficit, the additional cost,
Partial.
partial, yeah. Show of hands on that. No? You're against it?
I'm against too.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Everyone else was for, okay, so option one.
So,
It's
Well, option one,
three.
option three, okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's
Yeah.
this compromise between those
Yeah,
two
yeah.
commissions.
yeah, how
Well,
much?
we're going to work that out exactly, and we'll let you know.
Because that would be,
But you can
It'll be in the
You
middle
can
of
guarantee it'll
those.
be between 698
Yeah.
and 799.
Yeah,
yeah, so it'd be 1.2 or something.
so maybe in option three and come back with that amount and
Okay.
we'll tick that off.
I can probably work that out over the next 30 minutes
Yep.
or so while others are presenting.
Great, that'll be good, thank you. Who's next?
Cool. Excellent. Our next piece is that we propose going through the memo that was circulated on Friday. So in Stella, it is called, let me make sure.
It's the first document,
First
additional
document it
information.
was, yes, yep, it's titled Annual Plan Workshop 18th to the 2nd, 26. Memo to
Page
Council.
three,
Yeah,
Are we in that, oh, so the main one, not the, just the one we're already in?
yep.
Yeah.
It's good. Page three, responses to questions raised.
it's the one, thank you.
Okay, so let's go through those.
Liz, could I ask a question perhaps on the previous slide?
Yep,
So we've accepted we're going to put the water up, and at the same time we've accepted the wastewater at a higher level than we had in our water services delivery plan. So just people to be aware of that you're putting one up and the other one was I think the wastewater and the water service delivery plan in 26-27 was $637, and here we've got $658. So we've actually already, so you've on one of them you've gone higher, and the other one you've accepted it higher as well. So just be aware that.
okay. We're going to get those numbers and I think I'd like to come back to that and just confirm. But we'll continue with the questions in the meantime.
So I guess on page 3, if there's any questions for any of the answers that we've provided there, we're happy to take those.
Councillor Cameron.
Question one, I'll start at question one. The stock water is exited in another, what is it, September 27, is that right, Richard? September 27?
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going to be in, so we've made no provision in the next year's, in the plan. Next year plan, for the overhead.
No, we've retained the status quo approach with the overhead allocation for 26-27.
Is that,
activity?
So it's the 27-20 year, 27-28, so
28
the first year of the LTP, where there should be no stop water charge.
so what we're rating now, we will be rating next year in the stock water. But in the
In
next
26,
coming up year,
27.
26, 27. We're rating, say we're rating, whatever we're rating for, that'll currently be the current rates in the 26, 27.
Whatever the budget
In
is
total,
in total.
Otherwise, we're going to have some stranded overhead, aren't we? You know,
which you will have the year after.
which we'll have to
But
deal
for
with.
this annual plan year, the budget is going to be spread across those that are must pay under the rules for the stock water network.
Yeah.
And the following
So
year,
Pudding Hill's shut, isn't it? It were exited, so that's not in here. That's gone when you've worked the maths out.
no, not yet. Did we
It's
take
gone
it?
in the budget.
Is it out of the budget?
Is it? Well, we
Neil
should be.
McCann, do you know the answer to that question?
No.
Hang on, let's just,
We
Like
still will
Simon
be
will
rating for it, but that 1 week we'll be pulling out in September.
Richard?
No, the agreement was that we're stopping rating for that in the end of this year, and they get 3 months of free. I think it was $26,000 or something that was worked out. If you looked at the motion that went to council, so we finished at the end of this year, and it wasn't in for the next rating year, because we've tried to do it every rating year. You can't, if you're not out of the water race now, you ain't going to get out till 2027. So it maintains the funding. no
Okay,
matter what
we'll
happens.
need to just have another wee look at
We'll just
that
check that,
stock water
Yeah, let's-
budget, because if there's a smaller group of ratepayers paying for the residual network because that group around Pudding Hill is no longer being asked to pay, then the rate that the others will have to pay will potentially be higher.
So we'll get that checked. Any other questions? Councillor Cameron?
Oh no, not on stock water. I've
No,
got. Can I
next
move
one.
down the thing?
Yep.
I'm missing drinking water because I feel we've discussed that, and I want to discuss Lake Hood, please. Is that okay, Melis? When I
there,
look
yep.
at the breakdown, thank you. Consultancy, what is that?
If you go further down into, we have got a full section on Lake Hood. So if you go down to page 4,
Yep.
and this is probably crossing over into the business case area. So under consultancy, that will be picking up the weed cutter OPEX and the ACL maintenance contract, the cleaning, security, and the resource consent compliance.
I can't hear very well, Tony, but I heard that. But just yeah.
Thank you,
So
sorry.
can I make a comment?
Yep.
Why is that called consultancy? Because there's a contract. Why isn't it called because it's not a consultancy, it's a contract for a task.
This is going to be a Tony explanation, Helen, sorry, but this is where when you boil up all the different natural accounts into sort of a header, that's what it's called, contracts and consultancy.
So this will be coming into the business case, this consultancy, the contract.
We'll head over to the team behind you.
Can we just clarify? It's probably a bit of confusion. I'm not sure why it's called consultancy, but that 396 is the business cases, the 2 business case costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So that's the 2 business cases.
Yeah.
It's not weed chopping.
Carolyn, we can't hear you, sorry.
It's not, sorry,
If you're
Tanya's
refer-
just confirmed it's business cases, it's not weed chopping.
The $396,000 figure is a 2 business case cost.
Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, thank
So
you,
the
that's what we
maintenance,
wanted
which
to
makes more sense, is lawn mowing and weed chopping, is that right? And gardening and stuff, is that correct?
That will be the ACL contract, I'm guessing.
The ACL contract for the operation of and that includes the operation of the weed cutter. There's also some cleaning costs down there, security and resource consent compliance.
Okay, I'm just going to go through these. Insurance, what are we insuring out there? Sheds and toilets and stuff, is that $17,000?
Land, the dam itself is insured.
Oh, okay, the intake,
Yeah, and the infrastructures,
Yeah,
the intake,
yeah,
the outlet, the capital infrastructure is insured.
yeah. Okay, and repairs plant, is that in case there's vandalism or something, is that just in there for contingency, is it?
That mainly, and you'll see in the business case, we're asking for an extra 25,000. The 20,000 at the moment is paying for sort of when the intake's washed out,
the repairs to that and anything that sits outside ACL's management contract. So clearing rotting weed, data loggers that need replacing, things like that,
Thank
telemetry.
you. Can you help me now understand park recoveries?
That's the park recoveries from the open spaces team that rolls through all the urban amenity cost
So
centres.
that's
that
like
fall
staff
out.
overhead, is it? Is it?
Effectively, yes, yeah. When the phone rings about Lakehood and it's something to do with the
And the
park,
what? Sorry,
when
Ta-
the
sorry.
phone rings about Lakehood, when it's to do with a park or a playground, it's going down to the open spaces team and they're dealing with it.
So that doesn't come under maintenance. ACL have a contract, but ACL don't deal with the phone?
They don't receive the inquiries from council, no, because from the community, because it's a council facility and a council property.
So we pay ACL 680,000, and then when someone rings up and says my whatever, there's a flood in the reserve or whatever, or there's hoons whizzing around the lawn, they ring here, and we charge 65,000 to Lake Hood for them to ring ACL and lock the gate. Is that right?
Well, it's not only that.
No, but I'm trying to think of an example in my simple brain.
Yes,
Yeah.
but by simplifying it, it sounds like it's you
Sounds like
can't
a
justify.
rort.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like you can't
Yeah,
justify.
it does.
It is the overhead from the entire open spaces team for whatever it is that they are doing in relation to Lake Hood, and remembering that overheads are not a precise timesheet-driven
No.
process. They're an allocation of costs across the areas of their activity, and so this is an allocation of open spaces time to Lake Hood based on all of the open spaces time that needs to be spread across all of the amenities.
So
So
if
that's
we-
what this is.
If we took the 65,000 out, it's got to go somewhere anyway because it's an overhead. So it's got to be apportioned somewhere, essentially.
Essentially.
So that will need. So then we'll discuss. When are we discussing the business cases?
After we've gone through the questions. Okay, I just have a question on the Methven lighting. So it says parks and open spaces budget, but I thought it was half general rate and half urban amenity. Is that not correct?
Yes, no, that is correct. That's
Yeah.
how the Ashburton urban one was, and that's what the proposal is for the Methven lighting as well.
Thank you. There's councillor Wilson.
We talked to Lake Hood, but I did my maths and in urban amenities, which is a 21% increase for the ratepayer, because that's what I'm trying to understand why this big increase is, because if you had a big increase, you'd expect to have a lot more service, because that's how it works. And we're trying to do a 0% budget on what we're doing already, so therefore there's a 21% increase somewhere in urban amenities, which also means half its general rate. So that means half of that increase is going to general rate. So I figured that was quite a big cost centre that I needed to look at. So I'm seeing Lake Hood, and then, so of that compared to last year, how much of that is increase?
Have you got an answer now, or do you want to come back later?
Just
Helen?
looking for clarification on the question, how much of the increase to the urban amenity belongs to Lake Hood?
Well, I'm focusing on urban amenities increasing 21%, and
Yep.
I can only see Lake Hood, and that's why I perhaps asked for you've sent us through some stuff on urban amenities, so I'm saying to myself, well, that's the place I should concentrate, because it directly feeds into the urban ratepayers bill, and that's one of their big increases, so I need to understand what are we doing something better, or are we just costs just getting away on us there? So
I'm happy to answer the urban amenity question if you would like me to go there.
Lake Hood falls into urban amenities, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's. Oh, Ian, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, the Lake Hood component with the business cases is about 396,000. The balance in there's increases in the urban amenity for the Talbots contract, the indemnity insurance of 31,000, and the East Street lights. So those make up 111,000. And if you add those together, it actually comes just over to 500,000. So you take off the Lake Hood costs, and we've actually got a slight decrease on what we had last year.
And this is
For
not
urban
funded
beautification
from
across the board.
rates.
Yes.
Yeah, so the issue, however, is that the 396 is not funded from rates in this budget. So I think that'll be part. So Ian's answer is part of the explanation, but it's not the full explanation, because if the issue is around rates, then the increase in the rates is not driven by the Lakewood business cases.
So if I can talk to the increase, the total increase through to the urban amenity rate was 773,000 that I sent through last night. And I gave a breakdown on that with some comments, and I'll just talk to some of those bigger items. So the first one was the biodiversity cost centre. There's just a correction we need there. Half of that rate requirement should go through to the general rate, so that will reduce the urban amenity rate and be moved over to the general rate. It doesn't affect the overall rates requirement, and that will bring that totally in line with the rate requirement from the prior year. The cost centre for Bering Square East, that shows an increased rate requirement of 62,000. The primary driver around that is funding depreciation. In 176 neighbourhood grounds, the $37,000 increase there is being triggered by depreciation funding. For 178 other sports fields, 20,000 of that 49 increase is from fertiliser and chemicals, and the balance is depreciation funding. For 199 Tinwild Recreation Reserve, the campground money has been transferred to a reserve after paying for the principal and interest costs, which I understand is the correct way to do that. I don't believe that that was actually done that way prior, and that has triggered the increased rate requirement there. For the Ashburton footpaths at 231, that's showing a rates increase requirement of 173,850. When we presented the roads and footpaths budget, I talked about fully funding all of the depreciation in both the footpaths and the roads, and that the footpaths money would move over to the unspent footpaths depreciation funding would move over to pay for the remainder of the renewal spending in the roads activity. I wasn't aware at the time of the separate funding of the Ashburton footpaths, so the legitimate treatment for that would be to reduce that Ashburton footpaths renewal funding to just what is spent in Ashburton, and then increase the funding requirement in the roads activity. Once again, this wouldn't change the overall rates requirement, it would just shift the urban amenity component into the general rate. And there is 195,377 for Ashburton stormwater. We have referred to that previously when we've looked at the stormwater cost centre. That is the cost of the resource that is now working in stormwater, plus there was around about $100,000 of costs that were being picked up by wastewater previously that have been now correctly moved to stormwater.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Can I go back to 166? Is that Ashburton Domain? I can't because it's a bit truncated. And that's 157,000. What is that for? Can you repeat that for me?
Yep, I've got that one. So in the Parks and Open Spaces chapter that was from last week's workshop, there's been a reallocation of costs that used to sit in the reallocated costs that we kind of went through last week, that have moved up to general operating expenditure, so that's $95,000. And also there's been some planned capital expenditure, they were smaller projects of $12,000, that has moved up into operating expenditure. So examples of the costs that we're running through the reallocated costs, you've got things like some burner disposal, general waste disposal fees that will go into the burner. We've got some, it's around our maintenance type costs associated with our chemicals, pest destruction, and our tree stock, seeds and plants. So they're direct costs now accounted directly to the domain, whereas before they were sort of washing a different way. So
Okay.
we thought it was clearer, but we appreciate what it looks like.
Okay, is everyone happy, clear with the urban amenities? I mean, we've got time, so we can go back and revisit if necessary. Okay,
Just a quick another question.
Yes.
So proportionally, how much is that depreciation, funding depreciation of that whole Ashburton urban amenity increase? Would be about what, 30%? Is that right? Would that be about right, Helen?
I'd need to take that away and look at it
Okay.
because we've looked at funding depreciation across the activities rather than the rate areas.
Okay,
So I don't have that number, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
thank you.
okay, we'll go back to the questions. Councillor Ellis?
Thank you. So we've got those two questions around reserve contributions there. So if we answer those yes, that will also then have an impact because we were going to loan fund some of that open spaces activity, weren't we? Those
Yes, there was about 3 or 4 projects in the
Very-
list
they
down.
were
that
only very
They were
small.
minor in the big scheme of
Yes.
things, but they were proposed to be funded by debt.
Yeah.
But council could decide to fund them out of the reserve contributions if you chose.
I know we had a conversation earlier about the reserve fund is not a bottomless pit, but to borrow 10,000 for a small project just feels bizarre to me, to be fair. But
And I think that probably comes up later when we go through parks and open spaces and there's a list there of what's paid for by reserves, debt, etc. So I think we can maybe even just cover that. Councillor
And do
Cameron?
we have clarity over the reserves, what's actually in the reserves? We have clarity over that?
That remains a work in progress.
Yes.
Well, how can we take money out of reserves when we don't have clarity over what's in the reserves?
There is a slide later on in the presentation on the ones that we do know.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like us to go there now, or?
No, I think let's work through the
Through the
questions,
process, yep.
and then when we get to the parks and open spaces, but which has quite a list of reserves, I guess, that's when we could come to it, if that's okay. I just want to see, are there any other questions on the answers of the questions from last time? So we had the waste, there's some numbers in there, and I see $128 annually per household for the FOGO service, not including the bin. Is that, have I got that right? And disposal. Councillor Everest.
So my question was just on that. The disposal park infrastructure, what is that likely to cost? Question 7, sorry, waste. On FOGO, sorry. I see.
Yeah, I think
Rolling
that's,
your eyes, sorry.
We'll go to Neil.
it's separately identified in the resource recovery park, the solid waste management costs. It's been identified there what those costs are. Haven't got them here with me now, but I can provide them to you. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
The waste activity, I'm very concerned that we don't have the volumes that we're talking is not correct. Because I looked at our activity briefings and we had approximately 4,800 tonnes of waste came out of the red bins in town in the last year. That's been tracking very similarly over the years. And that's a proportion of the total waste management budget, because that's where the rubbish goes. It was 30%. That was the internal transfer. And now it's magically 21%. So I'm very concerned that we've got quite a difference. If I look at the numbers that were sent through in Helen's email, if I look up if I go to waste management, if I look at waste management, there's a number there of internal contracts, which is the transfer from when the rubbish is collected on the street and taken to the dump. We charged in 26 1,239,518, and then this year we're looking to charge 1,358. And if you do it, but at the same time as that 1.2 to 1.3, you go, yes, a small increase. The maintenance contract's gone from 3.8 to 6.2 million. So the maintenance contract's gone up colossally, but we're not charging more. And I know you've been saying that we believe the waste volumes will change and that sort of stuff, but I still would. I talked to people in the street and they said if you've got an empty red bin, what you do, you fill it up with rubbish. So I'm just concerned that we're being unrealistic to say that our red bins won't be as full, because we've got a FOMO bin. I think we'll have both bins full, because people love to fill their rubbish bins up. So I'm just very concerned that we'll get into this program and the maths won't pan out how we hope.
And there is some risk in that, but until we have the experience, we won't actually know how households are going to respond. And Neil, correct me if I'm wrong, but we did do a little bit of research with how other councils had their waste streams affected by the introduction of FOGO, and we gathered some of that information and tried to use it to forecast what might happen here.
Yes, and it wasn't consistent across all the councils, so it was a bit tricky to do that. But just to answer the question about it dropping down to 20%, I think it should be 30 to 35%. That's the actual waste that goes to the landfill. If you're looking at the other amount, I think is at the total waste contract, which is not just the solid waste. It's got others involved. I know the quantity of waste that goes to Cape Valley. Compared with what we get in the curbside, it was 30 to 35%. So I'll have to just check to see how that you got that 21%. That doesn't sound right. I'll have a look at that. It may be including more than just the red waste, rubbish, red bin waste. Yeah.
Thank you. Just that answer, question 9, and you had the after-hours service, the total calls, I guess that is. What was the cost for the after-hours service? Was it 11?
Through the chair, it was, from memory, I'm going to say around 32,000.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
To clarify why I'm focusing on the waste, if for the average urban ratepayer, their waste is going to increase 50% the cost. So the cost of waste is going up 50%. So that's why I'm focusing on trying to understand why. I know we've had an increase in contract, but that is an area that, again, we're getting better service with FOMO, but people need to understand that it doesn't come for free.
Councillor Cameron.
Hammering on the waste again, with regards to, and through the chair to Neil, with regards to the FOGO and the modifications made to the plant, how is that debt funded? Didn't there have to be modifications made to the...
There's bunkers being built and structures being built to accommodate the FOGO. Yeah.
Is that funded through a loan, presumably?
I think it's capital.
So where do we see that debt being repaid in here? And is that under interest? So that's gone up to waste collector, like where is that?
Okay, I can see people looking. It's not included in the contract.
I wouldn't have thought so. Would it be in the contract? It's our own structure.
No, it's not in the contract. It's,
Not in the contract.
done by us. Yeah, it's a separate project that we've accounted for, and just got to check to see whether it's in the capital section. I'm not sure how it's funded.
Can we just find that at some stage? Because
Yep, that will come back.
because there's an interest component in the waste collection, but it'll be under waste management, wouldn't it? And yeah, it'd be interesting.
Okay, so that was all the questions from the last workshops.
Sorry, just the table there's been cut off on that last question, but that column is emails, and that goes from 1,023 in Jan 25 to 2,053 in December 25, of a total of 25,773.
Thank you. Answer to question number 9, there's just the email portion has been cut off. Okay, next is...
Next, we proposed to cover off the parks and open spaces capex list and roading before we got into the business cases, if you're comfortable with that.
Yep, that's fine. So that's on page 7.
Correct.
Parks and open spaces. So
So council was keen to see a bigger explanation on the actual projects.
Yep.
So that's been provided, and we've got our guru here as well as signalling where we have proposed to fund something by debt, but it could be funded by reserve contribution. So happy to answer your questions.
Okay, so questions first, and then I think we go through and sort of where there's an explanation. So, for example, the rural new beams, if we want that to go to reserves, I think now's the time to indicate that. But question first from Councillor Cameron.
Some things when I read, I would have thought they'd be business as usual. For example, grave top up, catch up. I mean, presumably that's business as usual. Does that mean we've got behind on it, so you want to invest more in the next 12 months to catch up on delays? Is that what?
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. There is a catch-up element that it would generally and normally be considered as OPEX, and we do have an element of OPEX, but there is quite a large chunk of catch-up which we've projectised and through this process.
So who's doing? Is your team doing that? Who's doing that catch up?
Through the chair, some of that is the staff, and some has been where there's large chunks. We've got a contractor in to lays it out. So we've done larger areas just recently in the RSA section, Ashburton Cemetery. You might have noticed that there.
I mean, so if there wasn't that budget, how long would it take you to catch up?
Through the chair, that's just dependent on the demands that are placed on a daily basis.
Yeah, because it's just a
division.
loop, isn't
We're
it?
talking about $4,700. So, and I see it's narrowing. I know it's narrowing OPEX. Yep. Okay, so we've got a couple under cemeteries. Do we want to direct those two costs that are being funded at the moment by debt to reserves? Total just under 20k. Reserves? Everyone happy with reserves instead of debt funded?
Well, are we going to get an understanding of what's in the reserves? Because, I mean, it's easy to just say, yeah, but, like, what does it mean?
Okay, let's,
Yeah.
right.
Well, that's right. I think what we're saying here is they would comply with the way the reserves are set up, but we are still working through those reserve balances for you. And one of the reasons for the rates being at the level they are is because of the extent of reserve use over the last number of years at a level that's not long-term sustainable. So there's other arguments you could apply to this, but they're relatively minor amounts, and it would remove any further accounting for debt and debt servicing into the future if you did use the reserves.
We'll find out. Yeah. Okay. So one of the questions I'm hearing is what capital services is, because I don't think we've seen that. It says beside it, community infrastructure development contributions. So that's the explanation for that. Development contributions, is that correct? Yeah.
Yep, that's correct. So we collect development contributions. They are being set aside for basically community infrastructure. We will do a piece of work to see, because those are just growing year on year, where we can actually apply those. We can probably apply them against this building, and they would have been levied for future projects as well.
So in the reserve contributions, if I can see correctly, is 8,943,840. So just under $9 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
And that fund, we are got more money coming in than what we've been drawing out as well. So,
Councillor Gilkison, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question was just around, in terms of when we go through this, before asking how we want to fund them, can we ask, do we want them?
Sure.
Yep.
Councillor Cameron.
Where we've got stock water and refuse collection with a negative reserve balance, how's that backfilled? Presumably that's drawing, I mean, there must be an interest component to that. How's that dealt with?
we haven't considered interest received or charged on any of the reserve accounts at the moment. Some of them have had interest historically and some haven't. That's a piece of work that needs to be done once we have landed all of the balances of the 66 reserve accounts that we have.
66 reserve accounts.
That's what it says on the bottom there. Yep, councillor Wilson.
I probably like the idea that the reserves, it's very difficult for us to see that and be making decisions where they come out of there. It's probably the best decision. I agree with Councillor Gill. I was going to say do we need to do that or not? If we need to do it, well, we've got to fund it. Therefore, you should be, if you do it at a rate, you do it at a rates. And, you know, that's a secondary thing almost. But number one is, do you need to do it? And probably my only one I had there was that I understand the rural, they booms or beams. What is that? Booms.
Okay, so just hang on 2 seconds. So is everyone happy with seeing this slide on reserve balances before we go back now to the parks and open spaces and go through those one by one?
Do you want me to have a comment on that? That's news to us, so that's quite hard to absorb with 25 seconds looking at it on the board. You know what I mean?
Yep, understand that. Yep.
And we've talked a lot about reserve balances, and we've explained that we haven't been in a position to give you an accurate answer across all 66, which is what the exercise is. And we've started the work, and here's some of those that we can currently advise you of. But it isn't the complete picture, and some are vastly more complicated than some of these ones. And you can see there's a theoretically, some have got capacity and some are in deficit. Mm. And so that's the issue with the reserve balances. Some of them get smoothed over time, some need to be addressed. And it is a very complex piece of work, which we have mentioned to you previously.
Completely
Councillor
understand.
Cameron.
Thank you, Liz. Sorry, completely understand that because there's no property reserve up there, which we would think might be good. There's a lot of money in there, but these reserves, these are actually no revaluations. These are actual cash money.
Those amounts are cash that needs to be repaid or can be spent depending on if they're in surplus or deficit. That's correct. And that's the intention of all the reserves going forward, that they will be cash amounts of these types of reserves.
Yes.
As opposed to revaluation reserves, which are not cash.
Which are not cash. So, and the balances, I mean, they need to be dealt to too because they're a debt. So that then there needs to be interest accruing there to get a reasonable picture of that debt, in my view.
Yep, I would bring that to council once all the reserve balances are sorted. So we've got an equal plan going forward as to how these are treated.
And that would come to an audit and risk for a check, presumably, at some stage.
It would come through with the financials, yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Everest.
So the 12 or 13 million, depending on what you look at in terms of...
Can you just bring your microphone a little bit closer? Sorry, I'm finding it hard to hear
The
you.
12 or 13 million that we've got shown in reserves there, what proportion do you feel, Helen, that might be of the total of that's 6 out of 66?
That's a really hard question. If you look at the annual report, of those 66 reserves in 2025, they were stated at $45 million in funds. They can be anything from $1,000 up to $30 million. The biggie is the property reserve, which could be more than half of that $45 million. So, yeah, these were some of the easier ones to pick off that the work has been done on. But I'm sure you can appreciate 66 reserves is a lot to get through.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. The reserve contributions reserve, which sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? Obviously, in the next financial year, there's already quite a bit targeted to be spent in there because it's actually going down 384, but in that year we'll obviously be putting money into it as well, so there must be a fair sum already budgeted to be spent from that. But even after that, it will still have a balance of 8.9, and as a developer, if you were one and you'd had to pay your money just to think it was sitting there doing nothing to benefit the community, I think as a developer I'd be quite frustrated for that because it's demanded that you pay it for that reason to benefit the community, and if it's just to sit in a bank account, it's not really doing that apart from earning a bit of interest.
Councillor Wilson.
That goes to the cause though that the Ashburton Domain, it's open spaces, we're talking about the cost to run the domain and keep it at the standard that our community wants is unsustainable for our community. So we need to grow our community, and that's what we're doing. So every new person that comes in, that allows us to keep our domain at the same level it's at. There seems to be a thought that they develop to get more. but they actually develop to maintain as well. So that's what I would have thought we should be looking at. To maintain the domain as it stands is costing more than our community can I'm repeating myself, can afford. Therefore, development contributions will allow us to keep it at that level. So that's what we should be thinking about.
Reserve contributions, yeah.
A reserve, sorry, to keep it at that level. Rather than it just be new stuff, it's actually maintaining in some of the stuff we've got. Otherwise, we should be letting the domain go backwards because that's all we can afford. But if the community grows, we can maintain it. So I think that's to me is the crux of the matter. It's not just money you can spend elsewhere, because as soon as we spend it on more stuff, we've got to maintain it still. So who's going to pay for that? Where's that going to come from?
Okay, councillor. No. Okay. Is everyone happy if we go back to parks and open spaces and go through each of these? Okay, we're on page number 7. So the first two are now included as OPEX. So the Methven kiosk and the new beams, at this stage, they're funded from debt. Do we want to keep them in? And if we do you want to change that so that they're funded by reserves? So just the two cemetery ones first. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I think Richard asked, what are the new beams, the rural beams?
Ian can answer that, I'm sure.
Yes, through the chair, that's the concrete beams that the headstones sit on.
Councillor Cameron.
So when we, for example, when somebody buys their plot and they get their new area beam, they pay for that, where does that money go to? Into reserves?
No, that goes into the operational account.
So that's under the fees and charges, so you're talking about?
Yeah. So
offsets the needs for rates in the operation of
Yeah.
the cemetery's account.
So it's coming out of reserves and being spent in rates, essentially. That the profit goes to rates, the money comes out of reserves to build. Is that correct? Well, it sounds correct.
Yes, but there's rates money going in to maintain the cemeteries.
Yeah, there is.
So that's what the purchase of the plots is offsetting.
Okay. Have you got another question? Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. So these beams are only for the cremation plots, aren't they? Because in the main plots, when you get a headstone, the concrete beam or whatever's under it, you buy that at the time you buy the headstone. You don't supply the concrete bases.
Through the chair, no, when you buy a headstone, you actually buy the first couple of steps that you physically see above ground. What this beam is the beam that's level with the ground and below ground.
Okay. So that's not covered then by the cost of your plot when you go and buy one. So the general ratepayer. So what's our policy say around cemeteries with?
Through the chair, the cost recovery.
Yeah.
Being 50 to 60% user pays, and 40 to 50% rates funded.
Right. So this falls into that rate funded part.
Correct.
So $11,000.
But you've still got to do a whole beam. You can't just do the bit of beam on one plot. So you've still got to fund the beam so it's available to be used.
Councillor Cameron.
The Methven kiosk and interpretive panels, would they be a targeted rate, or how would they be rated? Or are they an urban amenity, or how's that done? If they were debt funded, or like what reserve would they come out of?
Reserve contributions.
The reserve contributions.
What, the Methven reserve contributions, or how is that
It's only
apportioned?
one reserve contribution account.
So all cemeteries would be classed
So if
as
they were
one.
debt funded, how would they be done?
From memory, it's general rate and fees and charges, so it would go across the general rate component if it was debt funded and repaid that way.
For the Methven kiosk and interpretive panels would be paid by the general rate.
Yes, that's how cemeteries are funded through the revenue.
No, I'm talking about the kiosk. Are they in the cemetery, the kiosk and interpretive?
It's under the headline cemetery.
Oh yeah, good point, Liz.
Keep up. Okay, so I'm going to ask the questions because we're talking about $20,000 here. Is everyone happy for these two to stay in? Show of hands. Are you happy for it to be debt funded or reserve contributions? Reserve, show of hands for reserves. Okay, we've ticked those two off. Next, we're going to Ashburton Domain. So everything we're going to talk about now is in the Ashburton Domain. Just to make sure everyone's keeping up. Councillor Hooper.
Sorry to revisit it if we are, Ian, but the new pathways, the State Highway 1 to the playground, can you remind me what that is again?
Yeah, through the chair, that's to go adjacent to the driveway. Currently there is no hard surface foot access but the driveway, which is shared with vehicles as well as pedestrians. And now implicating and adding to that equation is the Bike Skills Park proposal and the updated playground. So we're putting in some bollards to separate the vehicular traffic to the pedestrians. So there'll be a footpath that goes up on the grass between the two rows of trees currently adjacent to the driveway.
Have we had some near misses or anything there that's sort of, I was just thinking because it's a 5 kilometre or 10 kilometre an hour sort of speed when you know, common sense to drive very carefully there, but have we had some?
Through the chair, we have certainly with small children, small people heading across with their bikes or skateboards and scooters to the cycle track that's there now. There's quite a lot of interface between children and cars, so it's to try and separate that.
Okay, new pathways, so that's been funded by reserves. Happy to keep that in? Oh,
Just clarifying, is
Russell.
that asphalt or is that fine shingle path?
Through the chair, that's metal.
Metal, thank you.
Happy to keep that in? Yep, okay. Sculpture trail, funded by reserves. Keep that in? Nope. Show of hands to keep that in? Nope. So does that mean we, it has no effect on the rates because it's reserves? Is it something that we want to defer? Debs?
I was just going to make a comment that it's still reserves, it's still money.
Sure.
And it still robs from something else.
Yep, okay.
So if no one is very passionate about the sculpture trail, the importance of art in our lives, take it out.
And revisit in the LTP? Yep, okay, thank you. Park amenities, 25,000 seats, and this is coming out.
What a
Harvest seats adjacent to parks.
Through the chair, that's the seats with the oak, the oak sheaves on the end of the motif. So they're cast iron wooden slats.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Cameron.
We get 6 seats for $25,000, is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. The picnic setting, they run out at approximately $9,000 now.
Is the picnic setting a big table and 2 benches on either side?
Correct. Yes, cast iron.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question, keep that in or out? In, show of hands for in. Yep, okay, thank you. Bridges, so this is in the domain, $10,000 out of reserves. Show of hands for keep that in.
Just
Councillor
a question.
Ellis?
I'm assuming it's there because it's needed. I mean, I'm assuming that's why it's there. Is that correct, Ian? That there's some remedial work that needs
That's
doing?
correct, and this is for the engineering assessment, so we can get a structural engineer over them all just to correct the thinking as to the state of play within some of those structures.
As long as it doesn't end up like another bridge, we got a structural engineer and we now have $750,000 budgeted to it, but that's all right.
Councillor Wilson.
Just those sort of things there. If they're already there, why aren't they included in operational or part of, why are they on top of the existing budget? We've got, the budget's pretty big for open spaces and bridges looking after them. I thought that would be part of the day-to-day stuff. If this is a new bridge, fine, but it's not a new bridge, it's existing bridges. The bridges is not the point, it's the general concept that
Well,
These are on
because,
top.
because there's a lot of work already gone into preparing a draft budget for your consideration. So one of the things that we do as an exec team and managers do in compiling the budgets is contemplate how work might legitimately, with all the rules we have, be funded. And these items, in our view, can be funded from reserve. And this budget currently proposes they are. There is no magic science to saying this should be reserve or that shouldn't. We've just tried to apply reserves where it feels sensible to do so, in compiling a budget that ultimately ends up in a rates increase. So you can alter the assumptions you make every which way, and you just alter the bottom line, which is the rates increase. So that's all we've tried to do, prepare a draft budget for your consideration.
Okay, so show of hands, happy to keep that in? Yep. Phil, you're right. Fencing enhancements. Ian, can you just explain what kind of fence you're talking about here?
Through the chair, we've got a lot of fences around the domain. The one that we've got flagged is what I alluded to earlier with the bollards between the main driveway and the proposed footpath area.
Oh, yep.
We've got a lot of other internal fences which from time to time have been just large concrete posts and wire that have degraded over time, so they become renewal items that are required.
Okay, fencing.
Just a question.
Yes.
Sorry. There was some pricing done, I think, around fencing of your yard area because we do have some security issues and that in there. Didn't happen, I don't think. It's been dropped out of the budget, has it? Or has it been found somewhere else, that money for that enhancement?
Through the chair, we have now got barbed wire literally around that depot on all sides, but where there's a built shed wall.
Councillor Everest.
Just a question on those fencing enhancements, Ian, is that the bollards, only bollards? Because I don't think little children will actually understand that you don't drive between the bollards with their bikes.
Yeah, through the chair, it's got the chains between the bollards.
Councillor Moffat.
That was my question.
Okay, so have we done that one, the show of hands of fencing? Yep. Okay, irrigation, so this is going in a few different gardens in the lay-by. Any questions on that? Councillor Cameron?
Irrigation automation would presumably save time for staff who are taking the irrigation out manually, is that correct?
That's correct. It's a similar answer to what I gave last week around the outlying areas and the automation of irrigation.
So that comes to 31,000. So say that, I'm guessing, say that's 0.3 of a staff. I'm sure it's not, but just say it is. What is that 0.3 of a person going to do?
In the current climate, pull more weeds.
Can I ask one more question, incidental? Yeah. You know, we've reached a net garden of national significance level 4, which we're all very proud of, and congratulations. Does that require ongoing maintenance to maintain that? Like, is some of this investment to maintain that level, or?
No, through the chair, the registration is for the existing level of service, so it's not an ongoing increase in the level of service.
Okay.
Okay, so show of hands, happy to keep irrigation in. Yep, great, thank you. Next one, we've got species naming signage, so $6,000 coming out of reserves, and everyone happy to keep that in? Councillor Cameron?
As you've alluded to earlier, Liz, it's a very small amount of money, but most people now just Google that, they take a picture and they push the little eye and you get the... Is that still a thing?
Through the chair, some of the signs will have QR codes, others are just purely where someone can take a photo and go home and Google it themselves.
Show of hands to keep that in. In the signage implementation, so that's wayfinding through the domain. So I guess that's QR codes, etc. as well. Councillor Moffat?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is that something that says toilets this way, domain office that way?
That's correct.
And that's $48,000. Councillor Hooper?
How much of that is replacing stuff that we've got already in, and how much of that's new?
The majority of the interpretive, in terms of here's the toilets or this is where you go for the toilets, is replacement. The how we portray that is the new bit. So we're looking at new poles that the signs can then go on, as opposed to having 23 different iterations of and styles of signage nailed to an old post.
Are you getting people randomly wandering around the domain looking lost quite a bit? That,
On a daily basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Moffat?
So, I've completely forgotten my question now. The signage, it's gone, sorry.
Any other questions on the signage? Okay, show of hands who think this should stay in. Yep, thank you. West Street brick wall restoration, so that's the next 50 metres of that. Was this an insurance or is this new?
Through the chair, this is renewal.
Renewal.
Renewing the grout.
Okay, so it's coming out of reserves. And yep, okay, yep. Show of hands for that. Oh, sorry, your question. Sorry.
Ian, once we get this 50 metres done, how much have we got left to do?
Through the chair, that's a good question. We flag indicatively 50 metres, depending on the amount of degradation that the brickies find determines on do we get 50 or 38. So we can certainly, I can't give you a definitive meterage number right now, but we can certainly flesh that out and report back through to the council on that in due course.
Do you know roughly sort of ballpark? Are we halfway sort of there currently, or
approximately?
Okay. And just to be clear, you're chipping out the grout and then replacing it with new.
Correct.
Councillor Cameron.
So, if you're looking at 50 metres for 30,000, it's about $800 a metre. Is that right?
That'd be correct.
And how is that? Do you tender for that, or how is that?
Yeah, through the chair, we have a. Yes, it was originally tendered, so there were some brickies that have expertise in doing that style of renovation work. A lot just like doing the new stuff. This becomes quite tedious and fiddly, very dusty to grind it out, etc.
So is there cost, just one more question, is there cost escalations in this from what it was the last 50 metres, or is it stayed flat? Or
No, this is a sum of money and we'll get as far as the work involved takes. So the estimate is the 50 metres, the money is the 30,000, so we'll do $30,000.
Because it would be interesting to see what it cost for a metre last time.
Yes, but as Ian said, it depends on the state of the degradation of the work. We estimate we'll get about 50 metres done, but it'll be what it'll be. What we won't do is spend any more money than we've got.
Councillor Hooper.
Sorry, just one more quick one. Do they guarantee their work? Is it going to last 10 years before they're going to need to do it all over again, or any idea on that?
We certainly don't have a written guarantee per se, but there's absolutely the expectation that that it'll last certainly in excess of 10 years.
Thank you.
Okay, show of hands to keep that in. Yep, great. Last one for the domain is the Pond Edge reinstatement, 50k from reserves, and this is the middle pond.
Correct, through the chair. This is the facing onto the northwestern face of the middle pond, from the bridge by the Daily Border Royal Lawn area towards the pavilion. And again, it extends as far as we can get at this point with the money available. It is an ongoing process. in that area. If you walk over the bridge at the end of Park Drive now, you will actually see a lot of the actual old concrete edge, about 1.25 metres out into the pond through the degradation and over time.
Yeah, Councillor Cameron.
When you talk about the middle pond, does that include the little island? You know, the little island that potentially looks a little bit untidy?
Through the chair, we have planted that island out, so hopefully once all the plants grow, it'll cover the untidy bit.
So that's not having new edging?
Correct.
No edging on that little island?
No new edging there.
Councillor Wilson.
Which reserve is this coming from? It's coming from
Reserve
contributions.
reserve contributions. So we've got to the last one. I've waited till then. So if I look at the overall budget for open spaces, we have an unfunded depreciation in there. So therefore that means that when we depreciate things, we're not keeping up with it. What I talked about, our whole domain is not maintaining itself, it's going backwards. So therefore, why aren't we funding unfunded depreciation out of reserves? Because if it's depreciating, that means if you've got an asset and you're not looking after it, you depreciate it, that's looking after it, and you can spend it, and you're spending it here, that's the secondary part of it, you're using that money up. If you want to improve it, you'd use your reserve contributions, that's extra on top. And I look at the numbers, we've got unfunded depreciation, which means that we've got a shortfall in our budget, but on top of that, we're potentially making the budget bigger without looking after what we've got. So why don't we just fund all of the unfunded depreciation out of reserve contributions?
I think, and Helen will give you an explanation of what depreciation is compared to what renewals are. So depreciation doesn't have to be funded. Depreciation is an accounting concept, essentially a calculation of the use of the asset over its lifetime. It doesn't necessarily relate directly to the work that's required in any 1 year. So there's a whole host of accounts in the council's books where depreciation isn't fully funded. This is but one, and it does get talked about from time to time, but the fully funding depreciation across every asset the council has would be an astronomical number that would be very hard for the community to bear.
Helen.
The sum of depreciation and unfunded depreciation gives us the amount of depreciation that we're funding, and that is an indication of how much rates we need to fund for our renewals expenditure. With some of our renewals, we can and we are choosing to use reserve contributions to fund those. So that the unfunded depreciation that we're putting through is an indication of how much we need to rates fund after taking into account the fact that we can use those reserve contributions. If we didn't have those reserve contributions, that unfunded depreciation would be lower and we would have to rate fund higher. We can't just take money out of the reserve and push it into a depreciation reserve. You're not allowed to do that in terms of collecting those reserve contributions. But what we can do is allocate those funds against projects, which is exactly what we're doing.
Did I get an indication on the pond edge? Yeah, we're all good on that? Okay, thank you. So we've got a couple of items from Methven. I see there's a comment there that the Methven Community Board, has someone spoken to them or got any feedback from them, Ian?
Through the chair, not at this point. If it becomes an item where the council agrees, then we would definitely have dialogue with the community board to see if and what they prefer.
Okay, so I think from memory, we've got the dog parks in Methven, Ashburton and Rakaia, and we had put 20,000 in different years. So I think last year was Rakaia, next year is Methven, etc., etc. There has been quite a few improvements done in the past in the Methven dog park, so I'm not sure what this $20,000 was for.
Through the chair, there has been discussions around hard surfacing, around potentially separating into a small dog and all dog, and also potentially another entrance off Line Road if it was separated.
Okay. I'd push it out to LTP if it was me. Anyone, councillor Ellis?
I would support that because I would just like to see the plan of what they want to have done, because my brain's telling me a dog wanting hard surfacing. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. So people might want it, but it's actually a dog park, not a people park, even though people go there. Well, we're putting a shingle path in our main domain, and then we're talking about hard surfacing a dog park.
Yeah, I think, and I'm trying to remember the plan now, we have seen a plan and it was separating it into small and big dogs, putting a path through the middle and that entrance out of Line Road, but I'm quite comfortable to push it out to LTP.
And
But-
through the chair, it would also be a metal path, not a hard
Yeah.
concrete or
Yep.
asphalt.
Do you want to keep it in or push it out? Push, LTP? Thanks. And playgrounds, sorry, councillor Gilson.
I just want to make a comment in terms of the wider picture is that we've agreed to $250,000 worth of spending in the Ashburn domain, and then it comes to Methven, a whole community, and 20,000, and maybe the dog park's not the right thing, but doesn't look like they're really going to get anything. More just a comment of, is that right? Knowing that they have their town centre issue with all the pavements in town. And we probably can't do it now. It's in their long-term plan, but I don't think it's in our long-term plan. But yeah, I don't know what the mechanism there is.
Fair comment. I'm just going back to my memory of that, the improvements, and I think at the time the community board weren't all in agreement of the next lot of improvements, so that's why but fair call, and I think we've got the playground in there for Methven, 39,000 from reserves, and I'm looking at, so is that Chambers Park, Railway Reserve, what's the rocking and the steering? I don't
Through the
understand that.
chair, the Chambers Park, the actual bark trough has capacity, so we would add some additional items
Good.
into it. And apologies for the typo, in the Railway Reserve Park, it's actually the steering wheel that's on a separate
Oh, yes.
piece of ground. It needs some serious work or replacement.
Okay, thank you. So it's just the two items that would get replaced for that 39,000.
That's correct.
Is everyone happy we leave that in? Yep. Require have the same amount for their playground, and that's at the salmon site, so 39,000 from reserves. Everyone happy we leave that in? Councillor Everest?
So just a question, because it came up at the last council meeting, how does this get us to the safety standards that we need? We're below our targets in our playground safety standards. Does all this expenditure get us to that? Or get us over the hurdle? Sorry, Ian.
No, through the chair, no, you're absolutely right. Our latest assessment will mean that we are up and at that target that we've set, so this does aid to the compliance element. Specifically at this modular unit at the salmon site, a lot of the timber is degraded to the extent where it needs replaced. It's a refurbishment of that.
Happy with that? Yep. Okay, next we are in urban reserves. And we have got some hard surface renewals. Councillor Wilson.
So these ones are I know they're renewals, so they're affecting our rates directly. These are not out of reserves or borrowed, aren't they? Renewals is directly rated people. So this is one where we can actually make a difference on the rating rather than reserves as debt, effectively. Is that your comment?
To a degree, by cutting back renewals, you either need to not replace that asset in the future. If you're deferring it to the future, you still need to replace it, so you need to still fund depreciation. So it's a bit of a grey area, depending on what the asset is and your future intention.
So my question with these is, these renewals, are they replacing like with like, or are they improving them from being, because I know a wise man that used to sit around the table would say shingle was fine and tar seal was too much, or sitting at the head table was quite hot on this, so I'm just interested to understand. So these ones here, are they currently gravel, or are they going to be taken from gravel to hot mix?
Through the chair, they're all hard asphalt or chip seal at the moment, and they would be replaced like with like.
So I'll take that knowledge when I go to roading. I'll use exactly the same logic that we replace at 100% of our, what we should do. So probably that's what I'm asking. In some other areas we're having to cut and, we can only afford X. Is this everything we want to do, or should we be doing it? Can they last another year? Can we sweat them a bit longer?
Through the chair, we can always sweat the asset. It just depends on at the time that you do choose to redo the asset. How long you've sweated it will dictate how more expensive it is to rebuild.
So $100,000 this year could do so many metres of hard surface renewals, but if we push it out, it might be a lot less, I guess. Who's got their light on? Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. So, Ian, are you renewing compromised pieces of these pathways, or are you saying, right, no, we'll do the whole thing? It's been 10 years since we did it last.
Through the chair, this is in line with the roading engineer's plans that have assessed and put all the open spaces, hard surfaces into the RAM database. So some of it will be patching, fixing up sections. Some may be a complete. I just can't tell you off the top of my head which it is, but it's a like for like, and it's what the roading specialists have advised that we should be doing.
Thank you.
Councillor Everest.
So my question is, if it's good enough to put some of these other things through reserves, why is this not a reserve?
Who's going to answer that one? Helen?
The reserve contributions are generally there to improve assets, and I reflect on Councillor Wilson's comments before about why can't we renew them, and yes, we can. It's just trying to strike that balance around what those reserve contributions were being realised for, and then subsidising the annual rate requirement to maintain. So the approach that we originally took with using those reserve contributions were for the additional expenditure, not the core things that we do every year to maintain those ongoing assets through the renewal program.
So with respect, what's the difference between changing the timber at the Rakai playground and changing the asphalt around the outside of it?
Good question. The asphalt's probably going to last longer. Yep, it's shades of grey. Yep. No, it's about not subsidising that rate year on year beyond where those reserves are too, because once we start eroding those reserves and they're no longer there, then you have to hit the rate. You've got no choice.
Okay. So is everyone happy with the funding source of this? I guess we kind of have to be. Would you like to keep it in? Keep that one in? Councillor Cameron?
I would like to see what we're actually replacing. Like, it's sort of hard to imagine how badly damaged it is or otherwise, whether it can go out for another year or not, whether we can sweat it for another 12 months or not. Like, I'd like to see what it looks like. If it's just if it's in the RAM, it must be, if it's at the top of the RAM, I'm presuming it's quite bad. It's a question, yeah.
Through the chair, we can certainly get that information extracted for the council from the roading staff. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Quite good to see pictures.
Couldn't take you directly and show you the pothole, but you would see on any of those sites the degradation that's been observed.
Shall we split them up and everyone goes to one each and takes a photo? Councillor Wilson.
Probably my concern is that we could look around the whole town and see some footpaths that are falling to bits in one other area, and Neil's team go, we haven't got any money to fix them. But then we'll see some of the, that's what I'm concerned, I'm not saying this happens, but we look at the reserves and they're doing a footpath up that's twice as good. And everybody go, why didn't you do that one up? Why did you do that? And that's where I'm concerned, when it's in isolation of the other, whereas if this is the next cab off the rank with the footpaths and stuff, that's great. But if it's well better, if we just because this department's got the money to spend, if that's happening rather than a footpath somewhere else, you know, because I use Braybrook Ponds. That's quite new. That and I think, well, you know, that's not one that's got old trees that are breaking it up, and that's a reasonably new subdivision. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Hamish?
Yeah, the coordination of budgets in that fashion would be extraordinarily difficult to do because somehow we would have to be having control of assets all in one system and one manager and very hard. There are limitations and constraints across various categories of what we do that impact those activities quite differently. In the roading case, there's a subsidised work program that might dictate what we do, and it's managed quite differently. One of the advantages in moving some of these assets to the RAM system, it is the same asset management system that is being utilised by in this case, the roading team. But that's the balance across everything. How is one thing deemed to be more important than something else that gets funding? It was very hard to see how we could do that in preparing a draft budget for your consideration. In the end, we have to manage each activity. We're bringing the priorities as per that activity. And I'm not saying your comparisons isn't valid at one level, but organisationally, that would be extremely different because you might decide that roading trumps everything and never mow another lawn because there was we could spend some more on the road, and that's not how maintaining a suite of activities can easily be managed.
Okay, so I'll put this to the test. So would you like to fund these renewals? This in your plan? Yep, excellent, thank you. Next is amenities, so this is picnic settings, 25,000. Oh, sorry, Helen.
Can I just seek a bit of clarification with that last decision in terms of funding them out of reserves?
So they are renewals.
They are renewals, so you're not moving it to reserves?
No.
Okay, that's all right then.
Yeah, no, we weren't. So amenities, also a renewal, $25,000. This is for picnic settings. Happy to keep that in? Yep. The next two are now included in OPEX. And then we have signage project implementation, which is $38,000. Start from town centre working out. So can someone explain what this is, please?
Through the chair, that's the signage on the reserve. So we start at the domain and the CBD areas, and we work towards the outer periphery of the town. It's just simply a start close and progress on, and it's the naming signs for the reserves with the appropriate icons in alignment with that style guide that I spoke of again last week around the sign style and structure, how it's constructed, and the information that it portrays in a uniform way.
Okay, Councillor Moffat.
Back to the street tree planting, it says new street tree planting. Presumably this isn't replacing ones that have been damaged or vandalised or...
Through the chair, sometimes that can be the case. Some areas we do have species that fail, others have more significant damage than others, and they get to a point where they do need to come out. So it's a replacement or a renewal depending on the street in question.
Are there particular areas that the trees fail in, and is it better just to not bother with those areas rather than keeping to replacing them?
Through the chair, that's certainly a methodology that's considered at the time. When we do have failures, we look at the why, and sometimes you're dead right. The answer is we shouldn't have them in that place because of maybe the constrictions of the services that are in close proximity.
Is there much in the way of vandalism? People damaging trees?
We get a reasonable amount.
Right, so we'll move.
Sorry, Liz.
Sorry, Russell, yeah.
Liz. On that same line, I know that in some new subdivisions, the trees went in before the houses. By the time every delivery truck, tradie and everything else in creation had been there, half those trees no longer existed by the time the subdivision was full of houses. Have we changed our philosophy around that and said, look, the best way of approaching this is build the houses first and put the trees in second?
Through the chair, I believe we still are operating in the flawed mindset of putting the trees in first. The developers, it becomes part of their process, and that's a requirement, as I understand it, that's needed to be met before a 224 consent can be issued. So it's a planning process, but I certainly concur with what you were saying. We regularly are replacing due to concrete mixers driving over the top. Having said that, usually there is also a maintenance period, and often the replacement is at the developer's cost if it's within that period.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. The signage project, Ian, so is this separate to the signage that you're talking about for the domain?
Through the chair, correct, but on a similar style palette.
So this is at reserves. This is signage happening on the reserves, is that right? Yeah, different little
Reserves
parts.
other than the domain.
Yeah.
So have they got nothing at the moment?
Through the chair, most have some form of signage, but it's in varying degrees of its through its lifespan. So it's there's a number there that need to be changed out.
Just a question from me, can this be funded from reserves or it has to be a renewal? Because the other signs for the domain were all funded through the reserves. Helen? Putting you on the spot, aren't we?
Because it was a renewal, we funded it from renewals, from
Okay.
depreciation.
Yeah.
You could choose to use the reserve contributions. We are drawing more down this year. We are spending more this year than we're getting in, acknowledging we do have a large balance. It's a council decision.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know where to start. Do you want to keep this project in as a renewal? Nope. Okay.
Well,
would you
technically
like?
it's a renewal. If you're replacing an existing sign,
Yeah, I realise.
that's a renewal.
Yeah. Okay. So do we want to push this project out? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Who's happy with keeping this in as a renewal? Okay. Easy. Thank you. And then we've got playgrounds out at Lake Hood. So again, same amount as the other two playgrounds of 39,000. Councillor Wilson.
I would like this one taken out to show that Lakewood doesn't pay any reserves. As a matter of, to make a point going forward into the next annual plan. Because I think we heard before that Lakewood doesn't put into the reserves. So if it's out there, if we're going to use the reserve money where it lies, it should lie within the urban town. And if it doesn't, well, if there's another avenue it comes out of for out there. But to use a reserve from Hampstead to put a playground out there, you'll fade that, because if we use down that south end of town where most of the development is, those people will have to go out to Lakewood to use their reserve money from their house when they buy a section. If it's new, or I'm just asking the question.
Councillor Gilkerson. Did you want to answer that?
I was just going to make sure everybody understood the context around Councillor Wilson's answer there with reserve contributions in Lakewood, because Ian has provided a bit of an answer in his absence today, if you'd like me to make sure everyone's got on the same page, so then you can have your debate.
Yeah.
Ian's understanding is that when the first stage of Lakewood, and in fact the extension, were being proposed, the landowners were transferring to council significant areas of land as part of the various stages, including the lake itself. And that was in effect a comparable contribution to what would be required in other zones. So council has the ability with reserve contributions to take land or to take the money. So what you're seeing in the balance, that's where we've chosen not to take land from a developer and we've taken the money instead. So that's the background to how the reserve how Lakewood has not contributed cash to the reserve contribution.
Because land has been,
It's before all of our time, to be fair, so it's what we understand it to be. So Ian doesn't have the date on here, but that would be at the time when Lakewood was initially being established, as I understand it, but Tanya's here as well.
Tanya?
So the lake was opened early 2000s. Council acquired the first part in 2010, but this is actually a district plan because the requirement for reserve contributions isn't actually in the district plan. So as Ian understands it, and I've heard similar, it's because there was a significant amount of land being given up as recreation for the district, so that there's the need to give money at the same time. It wasn't required. But again, it's not a requirement of the district plan, so even if you decided you wanted to start charging them, there's no ability to at the moment. We can't change the district plan.
Yeah.
And noting this, you can only take reserve contributions at subdivision stage. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbertson, question on that one?
I was just going to support Councillor Wilson in taking it away from that, but actually suggesting that we reapply it to the Mayfield playground, which is, I think, in my personal opinion, visiting playgrounds often in a much worse state than most of them getting funding.
The Mayfield playground is on the reserve, in the domain, yeah. It's still managed, yeah. Okay, Councillor Cameron.
So Lakewood don't pay a contribution, and the reason being because we're looking after their garden and their lawn?
No.
They donated the land
gave
that
us
has
the
become
land to look
public
after.
reserve land.
And a lot
of
of,
the
yeah.
development.
Yeah.
I support Richard's position. I think that it would be wrong to take money from wherever to put to out there, given it's a reserve. If it's another way, I'd support any other asset, but not taking it out of reserve.
This is
Chair, the other
priorities.
way is to pay for it by rates.
Yeah.
Is that the consequence of changing it from reserves?
yes, possibly. Can I just ask a question? So other subdivisions won't pay a reserve contribution, and they will give a parcel of land that is then used by council as a playground so it's not just Lakewood that does this. There's lots of other little subdivisions around Ashburton that.
Oh, well, in theory, but council's policy position has been that the developers would much rather give land as part of their subdivision than pay a reserve contribution. And I understand council's policy, or often that would be the case, I understand that council's policy position has been not to accept land and other than in some specific or relatively uncommon situations, but to require payment for the benefit then of reserves across the district. But in Lakewood's case, it sounds like there was the contribution, if you like, from the developers who could have presumably used the land for their commercial reasons at the time, rather than giving it to council to be utilised as a reserve for others to enjoy. So land or cash is much the same thing in terms of value being contributed. It's just that one becomes available to be spent and one becomes available to be used.
Yeah, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. So it's a couple of things. I see this as priority one, which is telling me this playground's probably not up to standard where it needs to be. So I think if we're not, we need to do this work. So then it's just a case of how we fund it. We can't just not do it if the children using it are at risk. I'm not prepared to take that. And look, at this stage, I would be happy for it to come out of reserves now, understanding that we were gifted that land under the lake. but this will all feed into this information, our workshop we're going to have on Lakewood sometime this year, if I can get support from the rest of the councillors to have such a workshop.
Councillor Maxwell.
Given this is a priority one playground and we said no, we wouldn't do this, where do we stand in terms of liability, in terms of health and safety, if we ignore this sort of thing?
I don't know, can Sarah give a more direct answer? I'm just trying to rack my brains for a specific answer, but when we did the playground audit a few years ago, which has resulted in these pieces of work starting to flow through budgets, that was a driver for doing that work, but just the specific around liability is less clear to me.
Yes, health and safety is a challenge. It's not the Health and Safety at Work Act per se, unless people are working at the time that's causing the incidents, because it's not a workplace. However, council has responsibilities as a property owner to have safe places and equipment for people to play. So we've had a report where if we were to actively choose not to fund this project and something bad was to happen, there would be serious questions and serious things stopped. Asking for us. So we would be found wanting, I would suspect.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I've heard the debate and the reasons for it, so I'd change my position. But I think the debate's been good. That it's drawn out the anomalies that we have, and so that can be put into the next long-term plan. So if we do, we've been very good at all our playgrounds across the district. We have been funding and improving, and I think the good one about Mayfield coming out, that is a good point that we need to look into that. But also, so I'll reverse my position, and we do need to fund it. And if reserves is the easiest way to do it, but I think this needs to be flagged and brought out in the next long-term plan as a point of contention across the district.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Just point of clarification: is it a priority one playground? I thought it was a priority one to get repaired.
Through the chair, that's correct.
It's not a priority one.
It's the level of need.
Yeah. That's what I understood, because we don't have priority one playgrounds. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. I see what you mean now. Okay, so is everyone happy to keep this in as reserve funded? Yep, good. Thank you. Right, we're going now to rural reserves, and we've got Ashton Beach enhancements, which was a new track, seat and info panel up on our reserve on the Donga. Councillor Wilson.
Can you just confirm with me, rural reserves are not, most people in the country would think of their reserves as their reserve boards. This is not those, is it? Is that right? And how's this funded? How is the rural reserves funded?
I'll let you answer the first part.
Through the chair, it is just a general reserve not covered by a reserve board. It's one that Open Spaces oversee.
So the point I'd like to make here is we went up to Mount Somers the other week, and there was a lot of talk about how the Mount Somers Reserve is competing against council reserves, and the camping ground was was expressing a thought that we've spent a lot of money in a couple of the other reserves, put toilets and give me the names of two of them.
Boyer
Stream, and that's actually, they were saying within so many kilometres of Mount Somers there's all these reserves, and it's been funded out of here, and it's competing with the reserve board. So I just want to be aware that we have reserve boards, we're not spending money here which actually competes with the reserves, which are, they struggle for funding and struggle to do things anyway.
Tony?
Just to clarify, the rural beautification, so this is the rural reserves, that is funded 50% from the general rate and 50% for the targeted rate, which is the rural amenity rate in this instance. So not Ashburton, not Methven, not Rakaia. And for the to round out Councillor Wilson's answer, the memorial halls and reserve boards are funded 95 to 100% from the targeted rate, which fits into the amenity rate again. So rural, excluding Ashburton, Methven or Rakaia, or if those halls and boards are within that bounds, then the respective amenity rate would apply for Ashburton, Methven or Rakaia.
Councillor Everest.
I need some surety that the Ashton Beach enhancement is actually going to be justified and worthwhile and long lasting. I would have thought that the only sign that would last there would be one with a railway line on both sides of it. And with respect, this 30,000 I think we could save well.
Okay, so that at this stage is being debt funded. Are you happy to keep this in here? No, take it out. So refer it to LTP. Yep, good. Next is amenities, and this is a renewal at Lake Camp and at Wakanui Beach. So what is that for, Ian?
Through the chair, that's seating, picnic table, primarily picnic tables, Lake Camp.
So this is a renewal. Keep in? Happy to keep in? Yep, okay. Our Rata Reserve Bridge replacements, we heard that last week, that has been sorted by the Lions, so that's good. Next one is the fixed irrigation and annual beds, and this is $11,000 debt funded, but could be funded by reserves, and it's in the Rakai Hall and Roundabout in the Methven CBD. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with this so long as it does come from reserves, but I just want to clarify, do they have timers on as well, even though it's...
Through the chair, yes, they will have
do,
timers, so we can water at night.
Yeah, so no staff have to go there. It makes good sense to me.
Everyone happy to fund this from reserves? Yep, good, thank you. And we've got another playground, and this is at Lake Camp, so the edging and softfall. Green Street is rebuilding and replacement. Is Lake Camp's playground suddenly become our playground? Was it always our playground?
Through the chair, the one at the top, which is just near the road, is the one that we look after at Lake Camp. So it's in
yep.
I suppose if everybody had their own, it's on the footprint of land that the hut holders occupy, but it's right on the corner, so it does serve the purpose for general users to Lake Camp as well as people around the hut settlement.
So the one down by the lake, by Lake Clearwater's, that's nothing to do with us. No. Councillor Cameron.
So there's two playgrounds up there, is that correct?
The second one is pretty much a trampoline and maybe a swing.
Trampoline wouldn't be safe, but they do different rules.
It's not a council one, Councillor Moffat.
So the rebuild replacement, is that off Green Street? Is that what that is?
Yeah, through the chair, the Green Street Reserve, it's where the hall is. That's probably our worst playground in the district at this point in time.
So what do they get for a rebuild and replacement?
They will get some replacement swings, seesaws, and whatever we can accommodate within the budget.
So how much of that 40,000 would go towards Green Street, and how much would go to the Lake Camp approximately?
Through the chair, it's fair to say the Lake Camp would see some edging and softfall, which is a smaller quantum, and the large amount would be Green Street, but we may not be able to accommodate fully Green Street's replacement out of this year's, but we do have in the subsequent years a flow-on effect. So this would be an example where we would look to do it at the later half of the year so that we had a spillover into the following year's budget as well.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, this one here, we talked about it a bit before. So this, I see these rural reserves, and so I go back to the reserve board ones. The other playgrounds in the rural environment, are they on the same level of replacements? Because we had Mayfield mentioned, and I pricked my ears up and thought, well, so is Mayfield being looked after as well as Green Street, or so is that?
Through the chair, yes, Mayfield has already had some work done. Clearly we can do with some more, but there's definitely, they're all in the same vein. So all of the playgrounds within the district are now managed by Open Spaces within this program.
Councillor Cameron.
The Green Street, is that at the reserve board? Is that up there by the hall? Is that used? Like there's no houses nearby. Do people drive there to use the playground? There's not a school nearby.
Functions at the hall, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
There's
the
not many
halls-
functions at the hall, is there?
The hall, the community in and around the community that operate the hall and that reserve there, they're quite active, and so I guess it's not like an urban playground in terms of a kid can ride their bike and go down and meet their mates, but certainly when there's a function on or there's a gathering there, the playground is well utilised at that point in time.
Can I ask a question, just as
Sure.
a general question? Have the halls or the reserve boards requested the playground to be corrected?
With them falling under this new arrangement where open spaces manage it, it's almost the reserve boards are told about the upgrades coming, but they're not dictating it because we have to be able to do
No.
it quite systematically to make sure we're keeping the standards.
It would be good. We've
adequate.
heard about Methven in Mayfield, and that there's a willing people use the playground. It would be good to ascertain that they want the playground before we spend $50,000 or $40,000, wouldn't it?
It's split over the two, though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the softball and it was mainly at Queen Street. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, we're going to have a playground. It's got to be safe. I totally agree with that. Not denying that. But if we're going to have a playground, we want it to be used. We want it to be wanted. And the people aren't asking for it. Well, is it wanted? I don't know.
We'll check in with the board.
Okay, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, and I was just going to check, have they had their triennial meeting at Green Street?
I don't think they have,
No,
but they
I
have
don't
scheduled
think-
it in a couple of weeks' time. It just came
It's
in
it's
yesterday.
coming up. Apparently.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to keep this in at this stage and further to any feedback we get from Green Street? Is that okay? Yep.
Maybe one more comment.
Yeah.
If, like, they may say, well, we'd like something else there. They may want better fencing or better planting or something. Like, you know, we need to find out what's...
Yes, but the playgrounds are our responsibility.
That's right, but they may not want the playground.
No, but they will be focused on something they might be struggling to do in their own orbit of decision making. But we have the responsibility for the playground, so they may swing to something else because that way they're going to get both in time. So the issue of the playground we have to squarely address because it's our asset and it requires maintenance. It's not just about what that they might express for another priority, because that may not be our priority.
No, that is correct, but we cannot impose our priorities on a reserve board that may or may not want our I think we have to do some basic due diligence to ascertain that they actually want the playground. I mean, I understand if the playground's at risk and going to hurt a child, it's got to be pulled down or it's got to be corrected, but we need to have that conversation, I think.
So I think that's what we said. We'll keep it in until we get feedback back from Green Street.
And through the chair, if they certainly want a smaller playground, then absolutely we can accommodate that.
I'm just going to carry on for the rest of these projects and then go and have a cuppa. So we've got under other at the bottom of page 8, we've got flag tracks for the CBD, 45,000 under renewals, and this was explained at the workshop. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Yeah, Liz, I had a bit of a drive round and went looking for some of these flags. I preferred looking at our beautiful plantings we've got on our berms and that, rather than looking up trying to find these flags, and I saw some of them are in amongst trees and various things. For me, this is an area we could save, where the tracks we don't need, and if we don't need the tracks, we don't need the flag banners as well. So suddenly we're saving 70,000. I think our street lights, our twinkly lights down the main road, and our beautiful gardens speak for our town. I don't think we need the banners as well.
Okay, so Councillor Gilkison.
I agree.
So we had the flag tracks and then the replacement of the flag banners, both funded, they're both renewals. Is everyone happy to take them out and maybe revisit an LTP at some stage? Yep. LTP. Okay, so they're out. Righto, we've got park amenities, 25,000 renewal, sports park furniture renewals. So that's more seating in the parks. Argyle Park.
That's correct. Argyle, Digby, the sports parks.
And Yep, councillor Ellis.
Thank you. So that doesn't include like any of that fitness gear on that trail for adults. It's just seating. This is.
Just seating amenity, seating or tables.
Okay, and that's renewals. Are we happy to keep that in? Yep. Okay, we've got sports park amenities, and that's the linkage in Devon Park, and seating at Oak Grove, is that right? So that's coming out of reserves. Councillor Cameron?
Where's the end of Oak Grove seating? Is that by the new sign down there by the roundabout? Or?
No, through the chair, that's at the EA Network Centre, end of Oak Grove.
Oh, on the
So
EA
above
Network
the
Centre
golf,
ground.
mini golf. And,
On the berm above the mini golf.
correct. On Smallbone, that's all part of Smallbone Drive Reserve if everybody had their own, but.
Okay. Happy to keep that in? Yep. So, yep, good. Rebellion Park, that was removed last year, was it? We took that whole, that was lighting, I think, for Rebellion Park. So the last one here is the CapEx, which is Methven Lighting Project, and there's 55,000 funded by debt. I guess this is something that the Methven Community Board presented on in the lighting project. So I don't think we can take this out, personally. Councillor Wilson.
The reserves funding is quite a good idea because Methven's growing as a town, so that's where it's coming from, is it? If I got the reserve is coming out of development contributions, is that right?
Reserve
contributions. So I'm saying that if you were building a new house in Methven and you saw that your money went to that, you'd be quite proud of that because that's where I would use the circle as it was. Whereas borrowing the money is a bit silly, really, because.
Yeah. So is everyone happy for that to come out of reserve contributions? Yes, and to keep it in. Excellent. Yep. Brilliant. Thank you. You've got all those noted.
Yes, we have. I do. There was also just the question from last week around the additional funding for extending the lights down East Street.
Oh, sorry.
Just as that bullet point. So it's in the budget right now.
Okay.
And that
so
was,
that's just
that
under
was
the
part of
total.
my argument on the flags was the lighting down East Street and the continuation.
Okay.
Of that.
So we've got the operational expenditure is also included of $40,000 for the extension of the East Street Ashburton lighting down past the Blocken Farmers. And how is that going to be funded? That's OPEX. Oh, sorry, it's OPEX. It's cup of tea time, sorry. OPEX. Happy with that? No, who is happy? Show of hands. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Why would we fund that from OPEX when the Methven one is funded from reserve? Are they not a similar thing? I mean, this is an extension that we thought was being done about 5 years ago, but.
Through the chair, the Methven proposal, this stage of it will be going on to private assets, so it'll be on shop verandas and frontages, whereas the one here is completely on council land, council reserve.
So it's going on to private, so we're funding that through a reserve because it's going on to, we just decided to fund that through the reserve.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, we did. So it's going on to private houses through the reserve.
Some of it, not all of it, yeah.
Yeah, and the town one is going on public trees, and that's got to be funded through OPEX because of where it's going. Is that why that doesn't seem consistent?
It's a fair point you make. Let's just have a look at what the rationale was there, because I think you've raised a fair point.
Okay. Let's break for 10 minutes, have a cuppa, and we'll come back hopefully with some information on that and go through roading and then the business cases. our workshop on the annual plan. Yes, Tony, I'll hand over to you. So sorry, just before I do, so we've got till 5 o'clock, so we've got another hour and a half. We did talk about finishing at 4:30 and doing the submission, but I'm wondering, could we do that via email? Would that work?
We think it could. We'll circulate the latest draft of that SLG submission. We'd ask for feedback by close of business tomorrow, if that's possible. We think we've managed to find the sweet spot based on the conversation this morning and neutralise some of the bits that were feeling a bit tricky. But if you have a look at it and either give us a call or flick us an email if there's anything you do or don't like, and we can, that way that'll give us Friday if we've got differing views to find the middle ground again.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess if we don't finish everything here today, we've got another time next week to go through the annual plan. So don't panic if we don't get all this finished today. We'll try as hard as we can. Okay, I'll hand over to you, Tony, now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to answer the last question that we had just from the session before afternoon tea, currently the new festive lighting going down on East Street is sitting in the budget as OPEX, so it is hitting the rate, but we could treat it the same as what we've done up at Methven, so treat it as capital and fund it through the reserve contribution if council was happy to do so.
Is everyone happy with that? Yep. Okay. So that will now be CapEx and reserves. Excellent, thank you.
Lovely. If you go back to your memo that we were working through, and we'll head into the roading program now and the summary that's provided there, and happy to answer questions.
Okie dokes, Councillor Richard.
Thank you. So, my question is that we have our activity briefing, sorry, and in there we had how the roading spelt out, and I keep looking for the unsubsidised and how it's spelt because that's been quite a bone of contention. And then I see here, and I'm trying to understand that what's happened here and what I've got total of NZTA, and then I've got overheads, and I'm just trying to understand what's happening with subsidised roading and what does that mean? The 4 lines there, what does that mean? Can someone explain that to me?
Who am I going to? Neil?
Yes, so in sorting out this third year budget, we felt the best way of arriving at what we had at the end is to look at the total program over 3 years and sort of work backwards and see what we spent in the first 2 years and see what's left of the subsidised roading program. That's because the first year or two we did spend more. So if you look at our overall program and for the subsidised program, it was about 49.2 million, and we added 9 million unsub, so that was looking at a total of 58.2. If you divide that by 3, you get about 19.4 million per year. In the first 2 years, we spent more than that. As we've mentioned before, we've tried to get more work done in the first 2 years when inflation is less, and we spent 21.2 million in the first year and 20.1 in the second year. And then based on what the overall program was and what we spent, we've now looked at what we've got left, and that's what we've arrived at. Total available and the NZTA approved, and then looking at the difference, and then arriving at what is left from unsub, and that's how we get the 110,000.
So probably just to clarify that's good. So we've got our approved budget and we spend it each year, and you said we spend a bit ahead, that's fine. So we've been getting the work done when it was cheaper or whatever.
Yep.
And the unsubsidised was specifically put there for different reasons than it's outside of what the government wants us to do effectively. And it's still within the RAM, but there was a political view that we wanted to make sure that shingle roads were fully funded and do some more tar sealing. So in the plan going forward, will the shingle roads be fully funded? Because I only see 1.2, which is only 66% of what's required in the long term for shingling. So I was trying to understand, is it 1.7 for shingle unsealed road metling? I thought somewhere else it was. So
Yes, so to achieve what we've historically done for unsealed, you're correct, there's 1.2, but to achieve what we typically have done before, which is a 1.7, we can achieve that next year by adjusting the other subsidised sections and pay for it from those other sections. So the extra 500,000 we just reduced from the others collectively, so we could still do the unsealed section and do the same amount.
Councillor Gilkerson.
Just referring to the email that you sent, was it on Monday, around the program of works? So you sent through that spreadsheety document?
Yes.
Yep. So under local road improvements, 341, just past halfway, where you've put spending $220,000 of unsubsidised replacing old concrete streetlight poles. Where were those streetlight poles?
They were around the district, and they were really old ones that had absolutely collapsed and needed replacement urgently. So we recommended that we used our unsubsidised funding for that, which council approved.
And were they like in the towns? Were they rural?
Yes, typically they were spread out, but
Yeah.
I think most of them were around the town.
Because I guess my point to that, from my understanding of the unsubsidised roading budget, is that it's largely funded by a targeted rate from rural people to maintain our roads. And is there anything in the numbers that you've said that makes sure that they get spent rurally, or do you use all your unsubsidised for town and then whatever's left goes to kind of doing what you can out there?
I'll go to Hamish to explain.
So it's not quite true that it's targeted rurally. So the unsubsidised money is a targeted rate across the whole district. So that rate is paid by every ratepayer in the district. The ratepayer has a great share of that because of the greater value in the rural area, that pays rates. But it's not targeted rurally, and rural's not paying it separately. When council first put some additional money in, there was discussion about whether there would be a rural targeted rate. But council of the day decided not to do that, but to have as part of the current roading rate, which is across the whole district. So then council has applied the fund by decision based on recommendations from staff and their own views, and come to a view as to how it should be spent. So it isn't a rural rate, and it's not targeted specifically that way.
Okay.
Neil?
Yes, so historically what we have done is when we've put forward recommendations to council to decide on how to spend that amount, we have put it in rural and urban, and council has considered spreading it and sharing it between rural and urban over the years.
Okay. Well, okay.
Councillor Everest.
Just a question of clarification. The indicative overhead of 1.9 million, or 11% of the total contract, is that what we're internally charging for administration?
Not quite. That is the. Sorry, yes, it is. But we've been receiving subsidy at a lesser rate than that. And so we've been getting more work done essentially because less overheads have been going there. But if we take a 3-year view and squaring up the funding across the 3 years, we need to address in the third year the extra work that was done in the first 2 years.
Councillor Wilson.
We've heard many times across the table that we only do the work that we can afford to do, and we adjust the work done to match the budget. So I'm just concerned that NZTA approved 15.9 is all the work we should do if that's what we've got to do, and then above that is unsubsidised, which we have the right to spend wherever we like effectively. I'm just concerned that from reading that, so I've got it right, the overhead is on top of that, and we're using unsubsidised to fund that to make up the difference. Is that right?
Essentially over the 3-year period, that is true.
Well, if we decided, if Russell, if Councillor Ellis had, you know, if the council, I'm not saying, I'll rephrase it, sorry, if the council as a whole had decided it didn't want to do unsubsidised, it would have, a week ago, we would have knocked out 2.5 million and said that's gone from the budget for next year. How would that have been funded?
Presumably, we would have had to have considered reducing the program.
I'm quite flabbergasted to hear that, I'm sorry, but, you know, so the program is being reduced because the 1.9 is not available to do unsubsidised roading, and, you know, so the money's been spent under the guise of the NZTA approved budget when it should have stopped before it got to the end of it and then been unsubsidised, used for unsubsidised reasons, or been at the will of council to cut out.
Okay, any other questions on the roading? Councillor Cameron.
Going forward, is that going to be addressed? If we have an
I'm not quite sure how to answer what's being addressed. Sorry, could you explain your question? I just don't.
Just light on the Carolyn, sorry.
1.9 Richard determined, or you supported, was going into an overhead. Is that correct? Into an overhead, not into the unsub-roading.
That is the overhead.
That is the overhead of the unsub. What is it? Tell me what the overhead is, please.
For the roading, the overall roading activity.
Yeah, what is that? Is that
Share of the building.
The overhead.
It's your normal overheads.
Okay.
That's been assigned to the roading activity.
So if we had okay, I understand that. So it's not an overhead. Yeah, that's correct. It's just building and the management team and all this. So that's 1.9 million each year for roading, is it? Is that correct? So next year it'll be 1.9 or thereabouts.
Yeah, I presume so.
So how is it going to be paid next year?
It's being paid for by the roading program.
So it comes out of our percentage to NZTA.
That is part of their approved program. They support overheads. They understand there are overheads and they are subsidisable, so we get a share back.
Do we get the FAR rate back? We get,
yes.
Yeah. So that's our proportion of the FAR rate, essentially is 1.9 million. Is that
That's
right?
the total overhead.
Does everybody understand that? It might be particularly stupid.
I'm struggling, but Councillor Ellis, have you got a question?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also a bit confused because I keep telling our ratepayers we're spending $3 million a year on unsubsidised roading, and it makes up 6% of their rates. And now I'm getting told got 110,000 this year. So does that mean in the last 2 years we've spent more than $3 million? And if so, where did we get that money from? Because we only rated for $3 million.
Who can answer that?
The way how to explain it, we did more work in the first 2 years than the 3-year program of subsidised and unsubsidised money supported. So now we have simply taken that 3-year view and said, here's what the total money is over the 3 years, here's the total money we've spent over the 3 years, here's what is left to spend in the 3rd year.
I just don't know where we got the money from when we only rated for the $3 million of unsubsidised, and then we spent more than that. How did we achieve that when we didn't have it? And where I'm probably disappointed is we get to year 3 of this. I didn't know this was coming like this. Year 1, I would have been really happy if they'd have said, look, if we spend more than a third, we spend whatever it is, and we'll achieve so much more because of inflation, I would have said that. But I certainly don't remember having those conversations, and this is how much we're not spending on roading this year has come as a shock to me, to be fair.
Neil?
If I can explain that, parts of the unsubs that we've had for the last 2 years, we've undertaken work that we've identified and council have decided on doing some projects. What's been left of that, and any parts of that work that is deemed to be in the subsidised category, we would take that money and put it into the subsidy, so we'd get an extra 51%. So we've used unsub to boost our subsidised amount of work. So we've done far more work. You can't say, oh, that there is subsidised, because we used that portion of subsidised to increase the unsub to increase the subsidised portion of work. So that's what we're saying. We've done far more in the subsidised portion of work using some of the leverage we had with our unsub. If that can explain how we boosted in the first 2 years.
Councillor
I
Wilson.
totally understand that. I totally understand that your budget, basically your subsidised budget over 3 years has increased by, we put out more work, so we say we'll subsidise, we'll do it out of our own cash as it was, unsubsidised, and the NZTR along the way said, well, you're good at, as we heard this morning, you're good at that, therefore we'll give you some more money. But that would mean that our NZTR approved number would have increased and our unsubsidised would reduce. But what is the indicated overheads? Why is the 1.9 million there? That should be just part of the NZTA approved, because that would be just part of the budget. I think from what I'm reading is that that's money that it's a cost that we've found at year 3 that we've got to charge somewhere, therefore it's coming out of the total approved. If that's I think what's happening. So that's disappointing, because it's effectively a cost that's come up in year 3, which should have been accounted for in year 1 and 2.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that what that would have meant was that less work would have been done in years 1 and 2. So we're trying to take a 3-year view of the program and the implications for year 3, because of the additional work done in years 1 and 2, means that there is less money across that 3-year program in the 3rd year. And if that's an outcome you'd like to debate, then you can put additional money in unsub in the 3rd year to do more work on the roads, over and above the allocation in this budget. So we've assumed the existing level of unsub contribution in order to balance the 3-year program, but that's up for discussion and decision.
So at the moment we've got 2.5 mil for unsub plus $500,000 for the metalline. Is that right? And in this year's, in the annual plan.
But essentially it's been
But
absorbed.
essentially
It's been absorbed to
Yeah.
to fund the over expenditure in years 1 and 2.
Yeah.
To get the as much subsidised money previously in the first 2 years. Yep.
We've got extra work done, attracted subsidy, and now has to be squared off in the 3-year program.
So there was no option to, because there was a bit of chatter about cutting the unsub roading, there's no option of doing that. The only option is to maybe add to the unsub roading.
Well, I think that's probably true, but at least in theory you could do less roading work. You could reduce the 2.5 and not accept the subsidy over the 3-year period.
Okay. Richard?
Basically, for in year 3, we have a list of things that are down there, and they're being funding approved. But they've been funded approved, but the funding is actually being used, our side of it is being used unsub to fund that. So effectively, we need to look at, on page 9, all of the, we're calling funded approved, all those network assets, all of that stuff there is effectively stuff that if we hadn't have got that extra funding a few months ago, we'd be potentially saying we're not doing. And so it's being brought in now after the fact. And it is true that we have the funding with our partner, the government, in it, but it's also true to say that we're using the unsub to cover up that we've overspent along the way. We've spent more than we should have along the way, and we're still spending it now, and we're using unsub to cover it up, aren't we? Is that the word? Cover up's the word I'd use, or finance it?
I think that's partly true. Remember that the year started before the program's approved, and we had James Cagle in here earlier today, explaining the timing of the approval of the National Land Transport Program, and it's out of step with the LTP. So the LTP is adopted, our budget's in place based on assumptions we make that didn't turn out to be true, and there's already a whole host of assumptions made and work programmed and got underway. So I think it's you're never going to have, we can never wait for the approved budget to get the work started, and which is why I think taking a 3-year view has some sense to it, because we're trying to match up across the 3-year period rather than squaring off, 1 year at a time.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. So where we've got structural maintenance, environmental, network, all that activities programs, when Neil was mayor, we had a workshop or whatever, and we looked at all the things, like we looked at giveaway signs, we looked at safety signs, looked at pole replacements, and we prioritised those ones that we wanted. Now that it's subsidised, and we're getting more because I understand that, do we have to, is that those options, or have we prioritised those particular activities, or is that from NZTA's options, those minor events, environmental renewals, traffic services renewals, all those things, Neil?
Yeah, so those are all the various categories that we apply for in the program. So we would come up with our planned program, which we'd submit to NZTA for the approval, and then we'd then get the results of that, and that would be our final approved program. So it's broken down into those categories, and they have funds for different categories, and it's up to us to understand where they have more funds, so we can apply for more funds in those categories to try and maximise what we get from them in their subsidy.
So those can I just ask one? I'm just trying to get it clear in my head. Those categories were not the same conversation we had prior to the last election, where we went through all the options line by line and rejected some and accepted some.
So those options were what we provided as proposals to consider to spend our unsubsidised budget on.
Yes.
A few of them would have been the same as these, which were in a subsidised category, where we did manage to get subsidy. But some of the others, like the street lights and that, weren't in the subsidised category, so that would be 100% funded by unsub. And in our proposal, we would have put priority 1, 2 and 3 would have been categories where we would get subsidy from this table.
Were they low cost, low risk?
The low cost, low risk were the ones that were removed completely, and then subsequently, a few months later, they did give us some funding, but it was reduced significantly.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
We can't change what we can't change. We're in year 3, but I'm just wondering, as a new councillor, going forward, I understand when the finances come through, we have variances and there's some blurbs underneath, but maybe right from year 1 going forwards, when we have those variances, it would be really nice for an explanation rather than arriving at year 3 and, okay, I wasn't here previously, but bam, we've had this information, which surely people knew was tracking through the paperwork all along, but we weren't told. And so today we feel like, or I feel like, surprise, where it probably could have been being tracked through the finances, even if it was just a comment.
Yes, I think that comment is valid from the perspective of the new council. We have been through particularly the second year of the 3-year period reflecting the level of expenditure in the variance reports. I don't think it's true to say that there's been no signal or no reporting to council, but since the election, of course, we're in the next year. So not year 2, I said year 2, the first year, and so it's been less clear to the new council. Yes, I accept that.
Councillor Everest.
But to be fair to Neil, we've actually ended up better off. So I mean, we shouldn't be smacking him down too much on this job. Like, it's an accountancy job as I see it. We've ended up with better roads for 2 years and maybe not such good for the third. It's just how we've accounted for that 1.9 million. Yeah, that's this one. I mean, I think we need to give them a little bit of credit on one side. We've probably got better roads than we thought. We just didn't probably, the newbies probably didn't understand how it was all happening, that was all.
Councillor Wilson.
No, I disagree with that completely. We've followed, we do track it through activity briefings and we do see where the money's going and it's written down what we've got. The 1.9 is a new number that's come out after the fact of the activity briefings. And we specifically talked about the unsubsidised. The shingle was put in the long-term plan and it was put through, discussed, to make sure that we spent 1.7 million, which is 48,000 cubes of shingle on the roads, not 1.2, which is, and that's numbers been, it's a number that the Wilsons live on, but apart from that, but it's a volume of shingle that's been well thought of that the roads need. So that was put in unsubsidised. And then we had a discussion at when we didn't get the funding, that the funding was perhaps put through for some of these other things, and we decided as a council to put the money into tar sealing roads, which is pretty much what happened, and some other things. And now I'm concerned that, you know, the work we've done then has been overruled and we've got to the third year and we haven't got the money to do it. So I'm just trying to clarify that, as I said before, that the unsealed roading will get its shingle, or will it not? And I think we've been told it will.
Yes, so we'll put the 100,000 that we do have in the unsub will go towards that 500,000, and then we'll get 400,000 from the other categories. We'll just do less work in those categories.
Yep. And the third year of, if we're going to spend, if we had unsub, so there won't be as much resealing done then, is that because we were hoping to get up to 100 Ks? Well, we'll be back at 50 Ks or something then, will we?
That's correct, we won't, yep.
I think that's the really disappointing bit about it. We've put the money in and we've ended up with I would have said a poor outcome.
But then do we know how many Ks of sealing we've had in the last 2 years? That's been more than 100 Ks, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I can get that figure, I can let you know what it is, yep. But I think in hindsight, when we get the new program, I think what we do is we just present it to you exactly in this table. So from day one, you know that our overheads is 1.2, not 1.9. And so we know all up front exactly as we're going along.
Richard?
Overheads are part of the cost of, when we go to NZTA, overheads are part of that cost. They're not a separate cost. We can't be accounting for them separate. They just, if we have a budget to go to NZTA, that's all part of the budget. They're not a separate line.
It is broken down.
Else.
It is broken down in the program.
Yeah, so but it's part of the program.
Yes.
It's not. I'm reading here that it's become extra to the program almost.
It would probably appear like it, but it is part of the program when we submit and when we get the final approved program.
Does anyone need any more information on this? We've got it. Yes, it is what it is.
Yep.
Richard?
The only choice we've got effectively here is to look at some of the, because the program is overspent, in total, is that a fair comment? It's overspent over the 3 year period? Or we can't actually not do those things.
It won't be over the 3 year period.
If we were to not do those things, we would not get the subsidy, therefore we'd actually be able to do less things, is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, well, if you receive the subsidy, that subsidy, we receive subsidy to do some of the ones, I've got on my screen now, some of the low cost ones, and if we said we're not going to do them, well, we'd actually lose twice then, wouldn't we, effectively? So we're trapped in a position where we've got to spend that money because we're technically almost spent it.
So is it going to be helpful to have a 3 year budget? Where the money's been spent for the last 2 years, to have that information, or does it not matter anymore? Russell?
Thank you. Look, I understand how this has come about. Where we're going to maybe miss out this year, as Richard said, if suddenly it's the end of year 3 for NZTA2 and there may be some money left in their pot which they're trying to give away, well, we're not going to be able to take advantage of that this year because of what we've done previously, because there's no spare.
We've done more work in the first part of the 3 year program.
So that's where it may have an impact at some stage, but we've had the advantage because we had money there, we used it before, so it's just, yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't understand how our 3 year plan was working, but going forward now I will keep that well and truly in the front of my mind.
Councillor Cameron?
So I think it does matter, because we hear all the time about how we have to do X amount to maintain, not even to get ahead, but to maintain. So, and through the chair to Neil, we're going to put 150 cubes on the road over a 3-year period on our shingle roads.
Our performance measure is to put 48,000 cubes average over a 3-year period. Yep.
So that will go on the roads.
Yep.
And so in year 1 and 2, we put about 75,000 on, or
Well, not that much, but I can give you those, but we have done slightly more than 48.
so what? So this is a technical question, and we can leave it for a workshop if you like. But what is the benefit of putting more on? Like, does more come off because it's presumably mounted up more, and more, like, is there an optimal amount to put on? Like that's what we need to replace and renew, as I've heard from a.
Well, that depends a lot on the weather and whether the
councillor.
roads need it or not. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it matters.
Councillor Wilson.
I think I appreciate what Neil is putting forward, that they will do the shingling. I think that's a side issue to the bigger fact that we have overspent in the first 2 years, but we've only accounted for it in the 3rd year, and that's meant that we now, and we're very lucky we had unsubsidised money to make up that difference. If we hadn't had the unsubsidised, we would have been potentially asking for another 1.8 million to go into the roading budget.
Yeah.
Which, that's
You're right.
pretty concerning. So I think that's just something to, reflect on.
Thank you. Okay. Next slide. Business case reviews. Thank you. So have you got,
I've got 4 business cases to go through, so we'll do Lakewood and then water one, probably water one, and then climate change.
climate change at the end? Okay. And have you got, you're going to present these, or have you got others? Okay. GM's coming up. So first one, so there's 2 business cases relating to parks and open spaces in Lakewood. So we've got the Lakewood Operations Manager, 150,000 coming out of the reserves contributions reserve. We have got the Parks and Open Space, the Lakewood OPEX budget increase, which is 246,000, also coming out of reserves contributions reserve. So Neil and Tanya, I'll get you to go through this, and if anyone has any questions. Councillor Ellis has already got one.
Thank you. I was just wondering that under Parks and Open Spaces, so the Lakewood Operations Manager will be from the office in the Domain or out of this building?
Through the chair, out of this building, reporting to Neil McCann.
Reporting to Neil. Oh, yeah.
But Parks and Open Spaces, which reports to Tony.
That's where the cost centre is currently sitting, but that's because it used to, Open Spaces used to sit under Neil. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's okay. Do you just want to run through this, and then if there's any questions we can ask?
Sure. So we've got 4 slides. The first 2 are just to cover, there was a couple of comments last week about, why is council funding Lakewood? What's the need for this work? Why is there a need for change? So just a couple of slides on that, and then we'll just 1 slide each on both the business cases. So I'll just cover the first 2 first, and then maybe questions on the actual business cases when I come to the numbers. If you've got questions about the actual numbers in the business cases, we will come to it. So just at a really high level, council owns over 365 hectares at Lakewood. It's been acquired in 2 stages, firstly 170 hectares in 2010, and then around 200 hectares in 2020. The land originally, until 2024, the land was managed by the Lake Extension project. So council had a very hands-off involvement in Lakewood until 2024. There was a fundamental management change in 2024, and that's why you've heard a lot more about Lakewood, particularly in the last 2 years. So the previous term of council approved a 5-year contract with ACL for the maintenance and weed operator harvesting. So that contract runs until 2029. So those contract costs with ACL make up that majority of the Lakewood OPEX that we were talking about earlier. So council's role is really around it's council hands-on role is more about capital improvements, water quality, consents, day-to-day operational management. We get a lot of customer inquiries, public inquiries about the lake. We're now handling events, everything. ACL are really just there as our contractor on the ground, doing the grounds and the maintenance, controlling the water levels, which is a 24/7, 7-day-a-week job for them. So they're managing the inflows as those river levels change, because we can only take at a certain amount. So very hands-on management in that regard. So, and I think we previously talked to you about there's over 24 resource consents, Environment Canterbury resource consents, which handle various aspects of the lake, including development, construction, operation, all very complicated consenting arrangement, and all expire in 2031. And bear in mind, those consents were granted in the late 1990s under a very, very different consenting environment. So it's going to be a very different challenge to reconsent in it in a few years. Again, not quite sure what legislation we'll be consenting under, or what that will look like, or what regional plan, but something to work through in the next few years. So you've seen this slide before at your induction late last year. So it comes from a Tonkin and Taylor report that council engaged Tonkin and Taylor to do last year, and it was presented to council in May 2025. Sorry. The report. We commissioned the report to review the ongoing management and operational practices at Lake Hood as a result of that management change. So we know there's a number of fundamental issues with how Lake Hood was designed and how it was developed. And these bullet points up here are really some of the potential solutions to overcome these issues. And it's wider than water quality. A lot of it's infrastructure related. The design of the actual lake doesn't allow for good water flow, water circulation. And so what that Tonkin and Taylor report did is it pulled together all these different aspects and basically provided some high-level costs for how we could go about addressing those issues. And for those of you in the last term of council, you've seen those costs, and they're astronomical. There's no two ways about it. It's most years over the next 4 years, it's between $2 and $7 million per year to spend if you actually wanted to resolve all of those issues. Now we're realistic that level of funding is completely unrealistic, but what we are trying to achieve is just a bit more pragmatic understanding of the lake and what we can do in the short to medium term, particularly over the next year as we go into an LTP, is a really, really critical point for us in terms of not only what do we do going forward, but also how do we fund it, and how do we work towards, there's different views around funding, obviously. From Neil and myself, so Neil and myself are predominantly the only two that are working on Lake Hood. There's no team within council that manages or have responsibility for it. Our focus particularly is really around proactive engagement with residents and users. It's a really important, critical part of the work we do, making sure everyone's informed on what's going on and what we're doing. We're focused on obviously improving water quality, and you've seen that through the work that we've done with Lincoln University. Firstly, the hydrodynamic modelling, the 3-year PhD project that's underway, but also the product trials, the 3-month trials that we've started now. So we're anticipating, particularly from the trials, we're going to have some recommendations and hopefully a management plan later this year. So once we've got a bit more information, we will be bringing that back to you in a workshop and for a discussion around, and we'll also get Susie Wood and here, Professor Susie Wood, to actually talk through that so you have a better understanding of what it is we're looking to do. We're also very aware there are significant infrastructure improvements that are needed at the lake. The intake and the outlet in particular are not fit for purpose. We're spending over $40,000 a year repairing that intake. It's not feasible long term. There's many different ways we can do it. Neil and I aren't experts in that area. We really need some external support around how we go about that. There's been many discussions about a second outlet. There is a second outlet consented, but it's not consented in the right place. It's consented for here, with a pipe and a new channel coming this way. If we wanted to build the outlet in a different place, we'll need to vary that consent or go through a different consenting process. So, it's not going to be an easy process. reality, you'd put it up here, would be most likely scenario. But one of the pieces of work that are coming out of this hydrodynamic modelling and understanding the water flows around the lake is where would you actually put a second outlet and where would it be beneficial for the lake. So until we see the outcome of that, we wouldn't recommend that council start investing. But we do think long term that probably is a viable option to be able to drain the lake quickly, flush it out and get water in when the water's actually there, because we're restricted by a smaller outlet at the bottom now. Another significant piece of work that needs to happen around the lake is actually just looking at the long-term use of the lake, particularly where it's going to develop. Will it develop up here? What do we do with the significant area of farmland we have above the lake? A significant interest from particularly the users and original developers around, there's been discussions in the past around a project and a recreational space above the lake, but again, that needs some project management, some good thought. Why it is really significant to be doing that next year or two is because it really feeds into what we try and reconsent in 2031. So until we've done the work and we understand, we don't know what we're actually going to be applying for consents for. So we can't just say we're going to defer all that work for a few years, because there's a lot of work to be done to understand basically what the end of this lake looks like. The original plan was to try and extend it all the way back up to the river. But more water doesn't necessarily equal better water quality at this stage. But on the flip side, ACL do quarry this land, and it is where a lot of the aggregate for the district comes from. So if we don't quarry, CCO doesn't get that material. So a lot of complicated issues there to work through. And as we said, with the current resourcing, that work, to be frank, it just won't get done. It's not going to get done internally as we currently stand. Which leads into why we've talked to you about input a business case and around an operations manager or a project manager, however you want to phrase it. We're looking at up to 150,000 funded from reserve contributions. From our perspective, it has to be a staff member, it can't be a consultant. It has to be someone who's day-to-day on the ground at the lake, or in the office, actually doing the work. We're not looking at a high-level manager position per se. It's a person who understands that lake inside out and can contract manage or have oversight of the ACL in terms of a contract manager. So that can only be done by someone who's here on the ground, not someone travelling down from Christchurch to do the work. So, the role is going to be what we're proposing, pretty multifaceted. Ask for a unicorn, see what you get. Really, operational oversight, as I said, environmental management. We've got a significant number of consents we've got at least 15 that have annual and all monthly monitoring and reporting requirements to ECAN, so it's a significant volume of work. Bearing in mind, we do have consent compliance within council, but it's going to sit within the IBU going forward, so their expertise and resources is ring-fenced within the IBU. Project delivery skills as well, and that's where we see probably that the skill set could be utilised outside of the IBU, but within other teams that actually need project management assistance, because this role really is a project manager. So there will be synergies there in terms of, not just Lake Code, but working elsewhere within the business. And also just fronting that community engagement, the significant number of queries, CRMs, public interaction that Neil and I deal with on a daily basis now would be handled by this person instead of two GMs. So.
Question from Russell.
And IBU is an internal business unit, is it?
It is, sorry, it's a new, rather than the SABU we were previously calling it.
Mainly because DIA calls it IBU, and that's all the correspondence now is about IBU, and our SABU's lost traction.
Yeah. Caroline.
Thank you for your presentation, Tanya. Does the future of the lake and the extensions or the development of the lake rest with the council? Is that a council decision making?
That's correct. Yeah. Within the extent of council's land ownership, which is very significant, includes all that land within the red area, including the quarry, all this land through here.
So, okay, so all that land, so that any extension or any development at Lake Hood rest with the council as to whether it's prudent to develop or not develop, or extend or not extend.
That's correct, yeah.
I'll ask another question. With regard to the consents, and you mentioned the idea of the lake going up, perhaps one day meeting the river, is that a realistic likelihood, given the situation at the moment with consenting?
That's a very valid question, and one that we don't have an answer for. The original plans for the lake were for this area here to extend significantly up into here. And that it only extends as ACL quarry it. So it's not they're going to go out and dig it all tomorrow. It's a gradual process. But the question we have to grapple with is how much does it extend and what are the implications on water quality and development.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Why are we looking at a second outlet now that we're thinking that flow doesn't really help anymore?
I think going forward, we definitely need a better inlet and outlet, a more cost-effective way of being able to control water coming in and going out. So I think that it's more sort of a longer term. I think in my comments before, I don't think the second outlet's necessarily going to help us with cyanobacteria at the moment. I think it was made in that context. But going forward in medium to long term, to manage this lake sufficiently, we do need better outlets and better inlets to be able to control the flow of water. Yeah.
And I'll just add to that, we had a situation back in late January near when we got the bloom where the lake was full. There was a significant amount of water, and there's only so much water that can come out of that outlet, and we can't get water in from the river if the lake is full. So we don't know how much contributes to a bloom because we haven't done the work, but you can put two and two together and say if you're not getting the water in, then yeah.
Another couple if I may, please. With section sales, where are we at with that? Have we taken over the development as in sections, or?
No.
No, is a short answer. No, there's another stage proposed, but it's by the original developers.
Can you highlight maybe, Tanya, stage 15? So we saw when we bought the land off the extension project, they had a right of first refusal on a portion of it to develop the next stage. And they then were obliged to buy that back, but so far haven't developed. They're waiting for the market to be appropriate for that development. So Tanya's highlighting the next stage, which through there where she is now. That's the Lakewood Extension Project land. That would be the next stage of development. But the balance of the land is owned now by council.
Okay, and final one. Do ACL lease the quarry off us?
Fulton Hogan leased the quarry off us.
Russell.
Someone, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was Carolyn too.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Look, I support this business. We have a significant financial investment in the lake and the land surrounding it. Like it or not, it's there for the whole community to use. It's no different. We asked the whole community through the UAGC to support various facilities around the town. Some people use them, some don't. I think for us to get more direct management and that will give us as councillors more information for when we move ahead around making decisions like on second outlets and all that sort of thing. We'll actually have someone on the ground who will do that research for us and find these things out for us. So, yeah, as much as I probably don't like it, I think we probably do need to do this.
Councillor Cameron.
What ACL contract? You were talking about not a researcher that Russell alluded to doing research. You're talking about someone to do the work. So I thought ACL was contracted to do a lot of that work.
ACL are doing the grounds maintenance, the water levels.
They do the intake, don't they? Don't they manage the intake?
In terms of the water levels itself,
Yes.
we're responsible for the obviously any capital work. this person, and Neil's doing the role at the moment of being effectively the contract manager for ACL, overseeing the work they're doing, which is going down to Lakehood, checking with the contractor what's going on. This person would replace Neil going down every week, keeping an eye on our contractor.
May I ask another question?
Yeah.
It's a question for Tony, probably. With regards to paying for this particular person out of the reserves, I thought we paid for not people out of reserves. I thought people came out of OPEX. Can we have some discussion around that, please? Well, shall I put my light on?
Hamish?
Yes, you can have a discussion about that. We've proposed it. We think it's arguable that it's appropriate. It's not common, and perhaps it's a stretch. But in the end, we've been comfortable enough from our perspective to propose it. How you wish to accept that recommendation is entirely up to you.
Have we done this before? People out of reserves?
I don't know if I can answer that here on the spot.
Helen?
Council I won't say resolved, but approved to pay for an IT position in this budget out of depreciation reserves.
Depreciation
Yep.
reserves, yeah.
So one of the reasons we did put it forward was looking through how the money is sourced around the district plan, that with the reserve contributions, it talks about maintaining and improving district asset, and we could quite easily have a resource that was a contractor or an external payment that would deliver exactly the same thing, and would that be questioned? So we looked at it in those terms.
One more comment. If it is a will of council to support this business case, I think it should come out of OPEX. I think we should not set a precedent. And to Deb's point well made earlier in the day, money is money. You know, if it comes out of reserves or comes out, we're still paying for it. So I think it should be treated like any other employee and not be paid out of reserves. I think that's not a good precedent to set. That's my view.
Thank you. Richard?
First, I'd like to congratulate Neil and Tanya for doing the work down there. They can put on their CV that they're a lake manager now, which that's part of the problem though, that we're not just managing this lake. We're actually basically, think of it, we're going to have to rebuild the thing. So we've been given a liability to the council of the future, because the numbers they talked about in the millions to try and sort it out. So our problem is that if we do nothing, it just stays green, and that's one option. If you're going to do nothing, do nothing. But that's really not an option, because the community want the lake, and that probably comes from the phone calls and the pressure that the media put on us and all that put on. So we have to do something. And the operations manager is just the very, very tip of the iceberg. So to say it's funding it out of reserves, I think I agree with Councillor Cameron, it needs to be funded out of OPEX. But really, I would have said this is only it's going to limp us along to the long-term plan, where we need a wider community discussion around how, if we're going to fund the millions it takes to do the lake, if that's what the community wants to do, or what's the future. Because if we don't look at that longer-term piece, an operations manager will go down and they'll find out what to do, but we haven't put a budget around what they're going to do. So really, this is almost like an exploratory dig for the next 12 months to see what we need for the long-term plan. So I support employing someone, but I don't want to see them, I would, if I could, I know that it'd be particularly difficult, I'd see them employed, even if it was for 2 years, because that gave it into the long-term plan, and then the long-term plan dedicated what we're going to do there for the next 5 to 10 years. We set up a program of what we think we'll do, because otherwise if we don't, we're going to be, every year we're going to be getting nowhere. And if, yeah.
Hamish?
Yes, I understand the point completely. And you recall the words that Tanya just talked about, the Tonkin Taylor report that talked about between, what was it, $2 and $7 million a year to have successful operation of the lake, and that we were motivated to, while we acknowledged that report and the large sums of money involved, we were motivated to try and find a pragmatic way to have a healthy, successful lake without perhaps spending quite that much. So this is a first step. In the end, we're conscious we're doing a trial on the water quality. Well, that trial will get some results in due course. What do we do with the trial results? no doubt there'll be some indications of best value responses to the trial, and that will require money. If the lake is to continue to function and operate past 2031, the consents will have to be renewed, and that doesn't just happen without someone sitting down and working through the consent applications and going through, helping us through that process. Neil's talked about the hydrodynamic, is that the right word?
Hydrodynamic model, yeah.
Hydrodynamic model to see just where the levels are and what the water's doing, so that we can best invest in ongoing infrastructure or further infrastructure to reflect, actual detailed scientific knowledge of the way the lake works. So we kind of agree, but there is ongoing work in having a successful Lake Hood, an asset that is hugely appreciated by the district and the wider region, and gives a lot of people a lot of joy. So we want to do it well. There are challenges, there are significant things to understand and to find a path through, but we do think we need someone dedicated to that cause internally to help us on that guide. And then future annual plans, future long-term plans will have to contemplate the ever-increasing knowledge that we gain about Lake Hood and how we maintain, the beautiful asset for people to enjoy in the future.
Just to double check, Richard, you supported it from OPEX or from reserves? OPEX. Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Just looking at the breadth of the skills required in this person is unbelievable, and if you were putting them on a dating website, you'd be like, no, the perfect man doesn't exist. So,
Which is why it's likely to be a woman.
Of course it is.
So all I can think of, I think council needs to be more specific on what they're actually looking for in this role, and it would appear to me that the person will fulfil certain aspects of it, and they will still have to, at some point, may end up saying, I need to employ someone to do this or that. I think that's a risk, that rather than their project management skills being utilised outside of Lake Hood, that Lake Hood will end up requiring actually more skills put into it.
I understand the point, and we're very conscious that it's a multi-skilled role. But we've sort of taken a view that we just need to do the skills matrix needed for the work, and to prioritise those skills and go to the market and see. And then, depending on availability and skill sets to match what we need, we'll find out. But yes, it is a multi-skilled role. But there are some clever people out there, and hopefully one will want to do this work.
Julie, you support this out of reserves or OPEX? We'll just say support at the moment. We'll work that one out later. Councillor Hoover.
Thank you. Will the ACL maintenance contract be adjusted at all because of this person's employment, or are you just seeing them working alongside each other?
Set till 2029, isn't it?
Yeah, no, this is alongside the ACL contract. It's different work. So we see this as alongside supervising ACL, learning the intricacies of what ACL, that contract entails, as we all learn about it, but not cutting into the work that ACL is doing.
Second question is, would there be any benefit in us waiting till we get Susie's results tests back before we employ this person? Are we going to learn anything in there that's maybe going to change the skill set required?
I don't know that it will, because I suspect that the learnings from the trial won't be direct work that this person will do. So if, for example, there's a treatment of the lake or there's a way in which things work, then this person will need to ensure it happens, but more via supervision than gumboots and chemicals. So I suspect that the trial won't impact the skill set. It's a very important trial, and it'll dictate where energy is focused. but the need to manage the contract to handle the quite significant inquiries we get about Lakehood and ultimately prepare us for consent renewal, I think is all still going to be required regardless of the trial results.
Support OPEX.
Support OPEX. Thank you. Tony?
Thank you. I'd also like to congratulate Neil and Tanya on the work that they've done to date, really. So it's important that, we get Lakehood right, and the issues that that the lake has need to be resolved, and as already been said, doing nothing isn't an option. So I support the business case and on OPEX.
OPEX. Thank you. Carolyn?
Thank you. Richard mentioned earlier reviewing it at the long-term plan, like a year or 2 years out. Is that something that the council would consider?
I think it just makes the recruitment a bit harder because essentially we'd have to make a fixed term contract, and I think that would send a signal to this multi-skilled role that would make it harder to find the best person. So we can do that. We can make it fixed term, and it may or may not impede the recruitment, but sometimes it does.
I would prefer that, a review at the long-term plan and OPEX funded, and I support the business case.
I guess we could review how it was funded through the long-term plan. So if it was funded by reserves for the first year, we could then look at funding it through OPEX from or targeted rate or something in the long-term plan.
Funding's always up for
Yeah.
review. Our preference would be, however, that we create the role and try and find a permanent resource to do the work.
Just to clarify my position, I would have thought this person that you're looking for here would be very much used to doing short-term contracts, because that's the role that, and I'm talking a 2-year contract which sees us through till March in the first year of we have a June, we're enacting the long-term plan, but it's the March after that, and this role could fundamentally change. We could find that we have to embed some of the community engagement within the council itself. We have to, if we're going to embrace Lakehood in total, some of these things would become part of within council itself, because environmental management is not one person doesn't do a consent, a team does a consent. So you bring that in-house, but this is to me is the gap bit, and it could be a highly skilled person. That person would more than likely be looking at it as a short-term gig, I would have thought, to see this through, and then if it suits them long-term. We don't want someone who's going to come along and say, I'm going to learn how to do this, and you want some charisma and some short-term. You want a whiz person who's passionate, wants time out from their high-paid job to live at Lakehood for 2 years. That would
They'd have to tick all the boxes on
We'll add charisma to the skills matrix. Look, I understand the point. You can make this call, and my point around a fixed-term contract is I'm generalising. It generally closes off interest in a role from some people. I'm not saying this could work. I'm not saying you wouldn't get the perfect person because it appeals and the fixed term nature is exactly what they want or doesn't trouble them. So my point is that it's generally harder, but it does suit some people, and sometimes it can work for you.
Okay, I want to get everyone who hasn't spoken just to give me their views. Councillor Everest.
I just look at this as there's 200,000 cars going to that lake every year when the lake's open, and that's not residents. So it's clearly a community asset, and that's the piece that I think we've actually got to have, a community asset which is operable. So from my point of view, I'm definitely supporting the business case that the team have put forward, and I'd support it in terms of an OPEX type approach.
Yeah.
Because I think this actually needs to happen for our community.
Thanks, Phil. Russell, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I support the OPEX side too, but I was just going to say I agree with Hamish. I think if you live, if the job was in Auckland, Wellington or Christchurch, short term may be fine, but for someone to relocate to Ashburton for 2 years and then shift out again, I think is a big ask. So I see this as a longer term than that.
Okay, Tony, have you got something to add?
I agree. This is a long-term project. To me, we need a person for more than the 2 years. So I think it's a full-time job.
Carolyn?
Just to summarise, I understood from Neil and from Tanya that the person that they're looking for is somebody to be on the ground, take the telephone calls, deal with the issues, and not necessarily, and as Richard said, a team plans a consent. So I don't think it's necessarily the same person that will be carrying on long term. I also think we should be reviewing this in the whole Lakehood picture at the long-term plan. So as I said earlier, and at the risk of repeating myself, I just think we're a bit confused about the type of person we're getting. Also, Hamish and Neil, perhaps Neil or Tanya, is it going to be a requirement that they live here? Because I know a lot of your staff don't live here, and we've assumed that everybody's going to relocate. That won't be a requirement. If people are happy to commute, you'll allow them to commute, I'm sure, if they're the right person.
Yes, it's definitely a preference.
Yeah.
But it's not a requirement.
So I think we need to be careful about that assumption as well. So I recommend a review at the long-term plan. I'm OPEX and I'm yes.
Deb?
Essentially I support it on the basis that it needs someone to give it the best shot at being the best asset that it can be, because at the moment I think relying on two really busy people with some large cost centres that need their full focus, they can't do it, and they can't keep doing that for Lakehood to be great.
Jeanette, did you have a view?
I support the business case. We've got to do something. It's a huge asset, and I support it being OPEX.
Okay.
Can I just add just something in terms of the time frame? What's critical this next year is to learn from the research in the hydrodynamic model, which is going to give us a lot of information to start preparing for our consent applications. We've got 5 years to go for these consents to be finished. We need to start working now on all those to understand how we can get the consents in a more constrained environment going forward. So it's really a 5-year exercise now that we're looking for the skills and expertise to drive, to understand what consultants we need to engage, to scope the work for the consultants, if we need contractors to be able to know exactly what they do. So I think the type of person we're looking for is someone who has some nous and understanding of scoping consultants' work and contractors' work, and understanding consents and understanding what we need and how the consents currently work and how we need to prepare our new consents. So that's just my opinion, and it being a 5-year sort of build up to the resource consents needing replacing.
So I think from all my notes here, we all agree that this resource is needed, funded from OPEX, which I guess will add to our rates, and it's from the 1st of July, so you're going to start recruiting in a couple of months. They won't start till July, I guess, and I feel that probably in the lead up to LTP we need a bit of a Lakehood workshop, just to go through quite a few things, and then make decisions going forward from that.
Got it.
All good? So we're happy, business case, tick.
Can I clarify? So is this person a permanent person, or is this person a fixed contract? Because that's because once you put someone in permanently, they're installed in the place, and that's it. They're in. And we perhaps haven't had the I still want to have that. It's not just a business, it's a workshop, yes, but it is that critical thing. Are we going to keep, just to assume we're going to keep going with Lakehood, you've effectively spent 5 to 7 million, but you haven't said how it's going to be funded. So, and if that's going to be done, well, that has to be done. Someone's going to have to contribute to that pretty seriously. And we can't expect every ratepayer in the district to put in 5 or 7 million. I think you'd find that there'd be quite a bit of pushback if we put it out to the public. So we just need to be careful that we don't embed this and stumble is the word I'd use, our way forward, assume we're going to get a contract, get all the consents at the end of it. We need to have a serious discussion with the community at some point.
Okay, so I'll just look for show of hands, is this a ongoing staff member or a fixed contract? So ongoing, fixed contract? Okay, ongoing. With that Lakehood workshop going forward. Okay. We now have Lakehood OPEX budget increase of 246,000, which is also looking to come out of reserves contribution.
I'm just going to say at the outset, we've had a discussion about the 150,000 for the trials. Based on, we've been running for 18 days now on the trials. We as staff, based on the information we've got, aren't comfortable asking you for that 150,000 at the moment.
Okay.
We think we need a lot more information, and bearing in mind we're asking for it out of reserve contributions anyway. So our plan is more to have that workshop with Susie to get you have a better understanding of what work potentially needs, and whether it's particularly a capital investment into some of those units we've got there, or whether it's products. So on that basis, we were suggesting taking the 150,000 out for this.
That'd be
this budget.
96.
Yeah.
96,000.
And I think that's the right approach at the moment. When we do have the results of the trials and when we see what interventions might make a difference, it may be that we have to come back to you for out of budget cycle support to get something done. But it's what we're suggesting is this amount is almost a random, or it's not quite the right word, but a best guess of it, or just putting an amount in isn't appropriate at this time.
Okay.
But we may yet be back to you for some extra support during the budget period as a outside of budget approval.
Carolyn?
Is this OPEX attached to the new person?
This is a separate business case.
So
So
the
not-
new person won't be, they're not going to obviously have technical expertise, so we're not getting that sort of person.
No. So, for example, the dam compliance, we have to do 2-year PIC assessments. So the last one we did last year cost $30,000. We have to do it again in by August 27. So we have to do it in the 26-27 financial year. So
Is
that's
that for the resource consent?
no, that is because we have a dam there, a medium classification dam. We have to review that classification. It has to be reviewed by an engineer, and then it's signed off by one of the, 8 or 10 in the country that have the authority
Is
to
that an
sign off.
ECAN thing for a dam?
It's a building regulation requirement. It's a legislative requirement. It's not related to
Do with
resource-
dam safety requirements.
And research and R&M, we've got 20,000 in there. What's that? What are we going to look at for that 25?
That's repairs and maintenance. That was what I talked about earlier about the intake repairs. We've spent 46,000 in the last calendar year on repairs and maintenance. So we've got 20,000 existing budget. It's not realistic.
Councillor Everest.
What does ACL cover in those in the R&M repairs? Surely that's part of their contract.
Not the repair, not the capital improvement, well, the capital repairs or the intake repairs are especially excluded. They do the work, but the maintenance contract doesn't include it.
So they don't repair the wall out in the river.
They repair it, but the cost of it is additional, and it always has been even before the ACL contract. So we've paid for this.
As I understand it from the contractor, it's about 90 grand, not 25 grand for the last year.
We haven't spent. We don't.
Well, that's what it's quoted.
It's not in our payment schedules.
What's the 11,000 for electricity for groundwater bores?
There's 2 groundwater bores that are used to irrigate the reserve, the green space. Until November last year, we weren't paying the electricity for them, but they were our bores that we should be paying for it. It's not within the ACL contract. So.
Okay, so we have got, that is now 96,000. Is everyone happy that this comes out of reserves? Reserve contribution? No, you want this to come out of OPEX? Who's got, Phil, you turn your light off and we'll go to Jeanette. Thanks.
Just quickly, if we switch this to OPEX and we're taking out that 150 in their operating budget, I assume it's overall the total's going to start 246 because of the
Yes.
Yep.
Deb?
I don't support it coming out of OPEX on the basis that I get that Lakehood are apparently not contributing to reserves, but I don't really want it to impact rates for everybody. That seems like a worse option. Is that do I understand that correctly?
You're correct, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want people to have a rate increase because of this.
Okay. Richard?
Yeah, I support coming out of reserves.
Yep. Okay, Russell?
Reserve.
Reserves, okay, show of hands. Reserves? Yep. OPEX?
Yep.
Okay.
Not too much.
Yeah, but we're keeping it in. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Tanya and Neil. We've got 2 more business cases to go. So next we've got properties. We've got Renee here, and this is the assessment of properties with self-supply drinking water, 130,000 coming out of the property reserve. So do you just want to walk us through this, please, Renee, and then we'll ask questions.
Absolutely. So the first slide here kind of tells you what our role is for this. So council's got different roles, and our role is the property landowner. So the IBU is the drinking water for the reticulated supplies, and we're looking at the non-reticulated supplies on council land. And so the work that we're requiring this work as part of the asset management plan to try and reduce our risk. So we're focused on the biggest risk first, and it's a legislative requirement. So the work that we're trying to get done is talking to the users or verifying those assets and the data capture for that asset system, understanding those condition of the assets, and then marking it on the GIS exactly where those where the water is being taken on site. We identify what potential contamination or cross-contamination may exist, such as septic systems, backflows, and then we confirm who the water source and who is the supplier or owner of that drinking water. And then you've got the testing to confirm the quality and the characteristics of it. And then we do a gap analysis of what we need to do in order to comply, if any. And then the next step is to do the provision of the accurate budget costings on each site so that we can come back for future decision making.
Question from Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for this information. That's good. With the provision for accurate budget costing, I see you've got the next LTP up there. Have Te Mata Arawai given us an indication of when they need this work done by? So not this initial step we're doing, but what they find or the outcomes of this are?
So I have a slide here for you just to help with the timeframes. So the reason why we're asking for this work to be done now is because we're going to need time to work out what that looks like, how much it's going to cost, and there might be other decisions that we need to do. We might need to talk to the users. We might need to decide whether or not we want to do that, and if we don't, then there might be other decisions that you wish to make. But so we need to be fully compliant by November 2030, and I know that seems like a little way away, but by the time we do the work in the next financial year, so we need to have that registration in place by November 2028, which is why we're asking for that to be funded now, so that it gives us the time in which to phase that over the upcoming years.
Julie?
If we don't end up being compliant by the required date and there was an outbreak of some terrible waterborne disease from any of these outlets, what liability does the council have for that?
I have a slide for that too. So what we have is we have a duty to exercise our due diligence. So that means that we actually have to take reasonable steps to gain an understanding of that water supply, the source water, safety plan and information. So there's quite a lot that we do have to do, we're required to do. And there are some penalties if we fail to do what's required. And ultimately, Te Mata Arawai can actually enforce and require us to undertake the work to make it safe and compliant. And this is we're just talking here about what the penalties are for non-compliance, but at the end of the day, there's always that reputational risk that we may harm somebody in our community. So if we do engage in conduct that exposes any individual to serious risk of death, injury or illness, and are reckless as to that serious risk, it's a fine not exceeding $3 million.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I haven't seen the updated list of all the properties. Have you got another slide for that? Or is that on our Stella?
It is the same list. There's just some that are,
Shouldn't be on it.
yeah, it's just lesser. And if you have a look at the, it pretty much removes most of the cemeteries, most of the public toilets.
I see us doing this registration and then it's going to cost us a lot of money to get everything up to speed, I'm sure. Can we just close them all?
Yes, you can. Our obligation is to meet our legal requirement, but the first step in that is doing the research to understand it. The ramifications, once you have the knowledge, will then be back around this table to be considered.
It just says register with Te Mata Arawai. Is there more to registering? Is there actually
the compliance.
Registration of the council-owned self-supply drinking water supplies? So are we just providing a list, or do we have to say that the source is here, here's the outlets in the hall?
Well, I think we have to do that work anyway to work out what the risk is. So it's not hard to supply that information. If, however, you see the fixes beyond what we're prepared to pay, or council's prepared to allocate, and you decide to close a supply off and it's no longer a self-supply, then it just comes right off the list, because it's no longer of interest to Mataura, because it isn't qualifying as a self-supply property. But we have to understand it to know what to do next.
Richard?
I'm quite disturbed with this one because it tells me that the council's not connected to its community. Because when I look at a lot of the list, I was at a couple of the meetings the other night and I asked about them and they said, no, that's on town supply. We'd never use that one. There's questions like that, but someone's going to spend $4,000, that's basically what we're talking on, some of these supplies, which if I did a quick ring around in my area, I could tell you, no, don't bother, or don't do it. So it's a bit like, let's employ someone, they'll go around, if I use any in Hines or in Ealing and Linford, Maroon and all those ones, they'll try and find someone to talk to. It'll take them time, they'll charge us to do it all, they'll do it all. And the answer could be found very simply. And that's what's the concerning bit about it.
Did you just say some of those halls and reserves aren't on the list anymore? Or is that mainly the cemeteries?
Mainly the cemeteries and public toilets.
Oh, okay.
So there are some complexity to it. It's not just as simple as saying, hey, it's on the town supply, because there are some sites that, yes, it may have been coming from the reticulated supply, but then there's a privately owned piece that then services multiple buildings from that, and so they could be deemed to be a downstream supplier. So they've been out to consultation on that at the end of last year. So it's not just as cut and dry as what you're suggesting.
Hamish?
And I think that answer makes really good sense, but we equally want to lean on the local knowledge to speed up whatever research is needed. So I think it's a combination of the two. I don't think it's ignoring the locals at all. But there are some complexities around the regulations and the things that we have to do that where we can speed up the work, because we can find people who know and go in and explore that with them.
The business case is 150,000, wasn't it?
130.
130. That's the bit that gets me, that the 130,000 is going to be spent. And a letter to most of these would probably give us a lot of information. The starting point is zero, whereas the starting point should be the ones that we know are difficult, not the shotgun approach. That's what concerns me.
Some of these sites aren't just a one-to-one ratio, so we're talking about sites. So one site might have 10 properties on it. And if you go back to what we're actually asking for, it's not just saying, hey, where does your water come from? We're actually doing a lot more than it's the condition of that asset, what needs to be done, what needs to comply with the rules. It's not just as simple, though that will form part of those conversations with with those communities.
Carolyn?
I have three questions. So I've probably been told, but I've forgotten. Why is this not under in water services? Why is it in?
This has got nothing to do with reticulated public supply.
Okay.
It's properties we own outside of that supply water. So
Okay,
this is our
so it's
property
one-
owner responsibilities, not public
Okay.
water supply.
Have we, to the best of our knowledge, had any problems with, comments from the public with regards to our water supplies at the moment? These ones?
So it's not related to public comment.
No.
It's related to the
Have
legal
we had any problems
requirement.
with the cemeteries or toilets or whatever you're referring to?
No, so it's related to the legal requirement to register these supplies and have register the supplies and have them in a legal state.
And that's my third question. When were we advised of the legal requirement?
Or it was some years ago, part of the work of Te Mata Arawai. And remember, I think we had Alan Prangnell in this very room, and he was talking about these self-supplies, and there could be as many as 75,000 of them around New Zealand. And there was an extension to the registration period because of the astronomical amount of work involved across the country to get all these registered. And at one stage, it was the registration date, I think, was now, like two years earlier, and then the number was 10,000, then 30, and then 50, and then 75. So
it's a few years ago.
But we've been generally aware of the obligation, but equally we've been well aware that the date is 2028. So we're balancing all that.
So it's an exquisite situation where we're ending up where we've got pressure on the rates, and it comes to council on this particular.
But this is coming out of property reserves.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my last question, Renee, is can you give me an example of a 10-united property where we would have this? Give me an example.
The airport.
So there's 10.
So there is.
Yeah.
The supply comes to a certain point, and then it turns into a private supply from that point onwards.
So we're going up to the certain point, or we're going to the private supply, because our certain point is providing the private supply.
So the town, so it goes to a part of the airport, and then once it's inside the bounds of the airport, that's where it then becomes a private supply, or this is where the complexity comes in on how that is defined, whether we're a downstream water supplier.
Right, Councillor Everest.
So how many sites are we actually looking at here, please?
So 45 sites.
Because when we started when the government started the process, it was down to three houses at one stage in terms of being able to notify this, and it's continued on within our position here. Is it not the easier solution just to go and buy some signs and say this water's not suitable for drinking?
It depends on what the acceptable solution is to comply. That may be absolutely fine for some of those more simple sites. So this is the work that we need to do, and that's where some of these sites will be relatively simple, and it might be a simple solution such as that. But what we are trying to do is to get the money in order to do what we need to do to work that out.
Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you. I mean, we can't not do this. It's a legal requirement. 130,000 to look at 45 supplies, and I know some of them will be complicated and some will be easy, so that will balance out. But so is this a fixed term position, just to go back to where we were talking before, because once this project's done there's no longer any need for this role? So is it
This is not a position. This is getting consultancy to
so
assist
you're
with
going
that.
to have consultants come in?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Julie.
Just following on from Councillor Everest, so if we put up signs saying do not drink this water, we can't guarantee its safety, would that get the council off the legal hook?
Through the chair, it is dependent on each site and whether that's an acceptable solution to the regulator.
This couldn't be a summer student job. It has to be. You're a bit more technical than that. Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
I was going to ask a question along the same lines.
Yeah.
Can you explain the skills that are outside your 7 full-timers and part-time team that are required for this?
So just to, the IBU does it for the rest of the council. So we don't have any of that type of skill set within the property team.
Okay, I'm going to put this for a show of hands. Richard, did you want to?
Just the comment I'd make is, the bit that gets me is we're paying a consultant to do it who will charge per site. And many of these sites, it's like we're trying to demolish the Linford Hall and the Maronan Hall. So we don't want a water site there at all. But these will be two. So there's $5,000 each to do it. So that's the bit that's really bugs me, because a lot of these are not, they're never not, the reserve boards who administer them don't want drinking water from them. So they shouldn't be even on the list. That's the bit that's getting, sure, the airport, great example, it should be on the list. But some of them are just, it points to, if I took this to the Hines Reserve Board to administer those, which I probably would be surprised if it went there, if it wasn't tried, the person tried to come in some way, they'd laugh at me to say, you're talking about the Linford and the Maronan, what are you doing? There's no drinking water there.
So I think that we actually want the same thing. We want this resource to be used effectively and targeted on the right areas. So you have our assurance that the capacity to do this work will include a lot of conversations with people who know a lot more about the assets than we do in the office. So that we hear you loud and clear about the interim steps that we might be able to do to reduce the number and perhaps deliver this project less than we currently estimate. But we do need some resource to get started and to turn off the Hines supply and rule it out and no longer have water there and then move on to the next one. We still have to do that work, but we hear you loud and clear. There are people who know a lot more than us about the setups, and we need to tap into that knowledge, and you have our assurance that we will ensure that happens.
Is 130k a set amount for the consultancy? Like, could we bring it down to 100, say?
We have received an estimate from a provider.
And that was the amount.
Correct.
So, and I worked out if it's 130k divided by 45, it's $2,888 per site, or per 45, per property. No, it's not even property, is it?
That's the difficulty, is that there's multiple, in some cases, there's one property and it might be one, but in other instances,
Yeah, okay. Two more lights are on, and then I want to make a decision.
Why don't we go for 65,000 and see what we get done and have a report back to council?
I honestly think our advice to you is we know broadly what work needs to be done. We've received a quote for the work. In the end, you're free to put in whatever you want to do in the budget. But if you acknowledge the need, then I think relying on a provider suggesting what it might cost would be a stronger place to be than arbitrarily putting in a sum of money that may or may not be half enough.
Julie?
Is it possible to use the skills of the yet fantasy perfect late hood operations manager with the person who can do that work? Is there a crossover there that will save money? I presume the skills would cross over in some way.
No, we think the Lakewood operations manager has got a lot to get up to speed with in relation to Lakewood, and if this takes them out for a number of months, that's not the intent of the other resource.
Okay, show of hands. So 130k out of property reserves. Yes, I know it's hard. How many no's? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just. Thank you. Right, we've got one more business case, and we're going to keep going because Mark's been waiting so patiently.
Just a reminder too, Helen was going to come back to us with that difference in that water figure. Yeah.
Yeah. We've still got a wee bit to go. We just need to do this business case first. Yeah. Okay, so this is climate change and sustainability strategy. Right. So $70,000 requested for year one implementation, and this is coming from general rates.
That's correct.
Any
So I can
questions?
take you through the slide if you
Oh,
want me
yeah,
to.
go through the slides, yeah.
So, as you might recall, over the last couple of years, we brought together our climate change resilience plan and policy into a single framework, which resulted in the climate change and sustainability strategy. So it was around bringing that into sort of a clear, one focused direction. So that was a community engagement process involving workshops and involvement with members of the community, and ultimately it's about providing that whole of council direction in the space and making sure that we're focusing on what we need to focus on. It includes the 6 priority areas that you see there on the side: sustainable water management, nature-based solutions, resilient, engaged, informed community, and waste reduction and minimisation, and the other 2. And I guess it's about ensuring that we're planning and identifying the issues that will impact on our district in that space, and looking to ensure that we're doing the best possible work, both from a council organisation point of view and from our council activities point of view, and from a community point of view. And obviously we have a role as a community leader in this space as well. So the strategy itself for year one included something like 130,000 for the initiatives that were included within it. So what we're asking for is 70k, covering what's in the memo.
Because we already have 50,000
There's nothing.
there's
There's
nothing. So
nothing currently.
No,
Right.
existing has been committed to the It's Time Canterbury initiative through ECAN.
Yep.
So currently we have no resource other than
Right.
that to
Got
deliver
you.
against the adopted plan.
Okay. Look, I'm just going to put this out, show of hands, unless there's any questions. Is there any support for this 70,000 to come out of general rate?
Just quick question,
Yeah.
what's the ongoing cost?
Year 2, I don't have that number here, but hang on a minute.
We can send you a link to the plan and what else was included.
Where is it? Sorry. Oh,
It's
So that's of the, so what we've got
No,
showing
that's
in that
not it.
table is what we are proposing the $70,000 is spent on. Year 2 projects will have more than that if we decide to bring them back through to council. There are a couple of projects there, so as you said, so we'll work through them. 3.1B is around the undertaking the local climate risk changes, the risk assessment, and that would be a one-off cost of $50,000, and then in 5 years' time we'd likely have to update that. 3.2C is $10,000 per annum for events and campaigns around community education. And then the other additional cost that we're proposing in the 70,000 is 6.2A, and that's around annual reporting of our greenhouse gas emissions and auditing the inventory. That would be a per annum cost, but of course it always comes back to council through the LTP project, the budgets anyway.
so 20k per annum in year 2, is that right?
From this list, I'll have to
Yeah.
go back and double check if there's
Yeah.
something new that was supposed to be flowing in there.
There'll be
Yeah.
other initiatives. So,
Righto.
yeah.
I mean, looking at the strategy,
Our
it was
plan
about
out, we have to-
80, 90k, I think, for
Okay.
year 2.
Carolyn?
This is probably not my place to say, but when you're talking about community education and community, we have a comms team. Can they not do that? Do we have to pay for additional communications people?
No, it is the comms team doing the work, but it's to actually do the work associated with it. So what we've proposed in this table is that it would be around really council-focused aspects of climate change and around, so FOGO, for example, in the rollout of that to make sure that works really well. We've got a piece of work that we want to do in and around water conservation, and looking after water. So, when is the right time to water your garden and things like that. So we're trying to link any of that community education in turn with the actual council activities and services. We wouldn't be looking to go and step into spaces that are not our piece of cheese.
So, for example, for FOGO, someone would go out and look in the rubbish bins and say, is that what you mean by education?
No, it can be as simple as, I don't think we'd be going as far as, we wouldn't be able to go as far as actually someone going through someone's bin and saying that was good, that was bad. It'll be around making sure that we're educating our community through, whether it's newspaper, whether it's online, whether it's through radio advertising, whatever promotional material that we need to do to make sure people understand how to use the new FOGO system well.
Yeah, but that's what they do. That's
Okay,
what comms do.
we'll move on. Julie?
I do support this business case, mainly because of the intergenerational impacts of future generations. And also the 6 points I look at, they seem practical to me, particularly the sustainable water management side of things. And it's not just, use your water wisely, it's look at the last couple of weeks, how that rain that we've had, how it impacts things. So it's not just people in town being given a lesson about what to put in their rubbish. It's all sorts of things, including, and I'm sorry, Richard and Phil, you know about this more than me, but things are changing in the agricultural sector that's weather related as well. So it does have an economic impact to the district as well.
Thank you. Right. Who would like to keep this in and funded out of general rates? I'm going to say yes. Out. 1, 2, 3. Okay. She's in. Thank you. So that's that was already included in our rate increase anyway. So there's no change to that part of it. Right, so there's 2 more things to talk about. Helen was going to come back. Are we going to go to proposed rates now? We'll cover off Helen's and then proposed rates, and then just very quickly sort of an indication on consultation. We have got another workshop next Wednesday from 9 till 12. What's to cover off on that? Is there quite a bit more?
I guess it depends on where we land today.
Yeah.
We could hold the consultation piece until next week if you'd like. I guess it's really today if we can get a sense of, once you've seen and heard from Helen, how we're tracking.
Okay. And I would like to finish about 5:30 if that's okay. So we'll see how we go. Helen.
Okay, so the water and wastewater, we'd be looking at covering a projected deficit of $130,000 in the water and $150,000 in the wastewater. So that's a total of $280,000. That would add 0.5% onto the overall average rate requirement. At an individual level, it would increase the water to around $12, including GST per UAC, and $14.24 including GST on the wastewater per UAC.
Okay. Is everyone happy? So that was kind of option 3. So it was in between option 1 and option 2. So is everyone happy with that? No? Richard? Did you want to comment? Okay.
Mike, I'm not happy because I felt that we've had a few other biggies that we haven't, we had rubbish, which was a thing we have to, we have to absorb this year to do it. And so by funding things, sort of, because we could, is not, we've used that option up already. So I think we need to be trying to keep it as low as we can, and hopefully we can get some efficiencies going forward.
Do you want to make a decision on this now, or do you want to think on it, come back next week?
I'm happy with the direction we went before, whereas this is, well, it's not even nowhere near the middle ground. It was only $12 more for water, and the 14 for the waste is a bit more than I hoped. But anyway, that's, yeah.
Okay. So all in favour of the option 3 version? Yep. Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for doing the extra work, Helen. Proposed rates. So are you able to give us, oh, look at that. This is not on the work we've done today. This is based on the 9.4?
4.2, yeah.
4.2, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So-
And we're hoping that will be,
Yeah, so we won't
less
have
than
any idea with all of what we've changed today where we're sitting at, will we?
No, we've got to do that work, but I think this gives you an indication of the of the rates per property type in general. But you've made a number of changes today that we haven't been able to factor into these property types yet, and that may well be the focus of the next workshop, where you can see what the rates number is from the work you did today and the actual impact of that on example properties.
and already looking at that, you can see the impact of the waste on there with that rural A, small rural A zone with waste and with no waste. There's quite a difference, isn't there? Yeah, I don't think, yeah. Councillor Cameron.
With the changes today, Helen, and the changes you mentioned this morning that you showed us overnight, so are these within the ballpark or maybe differently skewed? Like we're looking at some of the, like there's large rural is quite a significant increase. Is that because they've taken over more of the rate? You know,
I'm sorry to butt in, but I just think we're really going to confuse things by looking at these numbers now when we haven't. No, I mean it's a good indication of, we can see that everyone's going to be sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with the changes we've got today, we'll see a shift of some of the amenity rate in Ashburton go through into the general rate, which will go on the capital value. We've seen some additional funding for Lakehood move out of reserve, which will go on to the. Yep, she's got it. And I'm just trying to. We've got the change to the water, the additional 0.5% will go back on. So we're going to land maybe a little bit higher than this. I'm talking by 0.1 or 0.2 compared to where we were at the 8.83 last night. But there'll be small shifts. You're not going to see any drastic shifts in these numbers because of the scale of what we're moving is quite small. So I think it gives you a fair idea where things sit.
Okay.
This is what we sent out Monday night, so digest it. If you've got questions on it, please ask them, happy to answer them. We sent you the detail that sits behind this. So this is the summary. You've got the workbook that has each of the rates lines that build to these amounts. So you can see the change on that. We'll just flip through some of the other graphs. So what we do have with the IBIS rate modelling now is we load every single property that is currently rateable into the database, and that calculates the levies or the rates against them. We also have data like the district plan, so the ability to be able to cut it into this pie is based on the district plan data for each of those categories. So this first pie graph was every single rate that we levied. So this is the, I'm trying to remember the number, the $62 million including GST. So these numbers are including GST that it models for us. And who is paying across the district from each of these categories. So what dollar amount and what percentage of that total $62 million is being paid by those categories. And you can see from this first graph that the majority of the rates, 58%, is being paid for by the residential category properties. The second pie graph was just the rating rate, so the targeted rating rate, who pays for that across the district. So you can see the smaller chunk there on the residential. And then the third pie graph is the general rate and the UAGC, so who pays for essentially what is the general rate, but it's a combo of the general rate charged by way of capital value and the UAGC. And the cap that has been worked for this first set of modelling that was sent out was done at 30%. So that's not the UAGC is set at 30%. That's the sum of all of the fixed rates excluding water and wastewater cannot exceed 30%. So the UAGC is sort of the final building block. Once we've taken off, I think there's just the waste rates really that sit in there. There's like 3 different waste rates. And then we add the UAGC, so those rates cannot exceed 30% of the total rate requirement.
It's good to see that. I don't think we've ever seen anything like
So-
this before. So
yeah.
really, really interesting.
Yeah. The next phase that we need to get to once Gordon Tupper's got the GIS resource that he needs is we can put a GIS layer on this. So we'd actually be able to give you the picture of the district and colour code where the increases are, depending on what range we set. So we can put filters on it so you can zoom in, you can look at the roading rate or particular targeted rates, the waste rate, and just see where those increases are hitting. So it'll give us a lot more visibility of where things are going and be really useful.
Richard?
Could you just clarify with that one there? So the general rate, that's easy to do because it's split, according to property type. But the UAGC, it's done on per housing unit. So does the UAGC, if I look at say if I use a lifestyle block, does its UAGC fall to the or does it fall under the residential because it's a UAGC, the $800?
It's what the property category is.
Okay.
So how is it classified under the district plan? Yeah.
Just one thing occurs to me as Helen was talking that as you look at the data around the rate, the example properties, one of the big changes from the 9.42 to the 883 was those 2 lumpy bits in solid waste. So you have a look through and get a sense in the direction of travel, but actually that there was change that's not reflected in this table. So just be careful how much you learn this one off by heart and start worrying or celebrating, because I think we need to update it not only with the work we did today, but with the work that Helen highlighted last night to make that table a bit more accurate. Yep.
Okay. Any more slides, or is that? That's it. Next steps. Ooh.
This might be a conversation we want to have next week.
Yeah, I think
once
it's
you
a wee
have time
bit
to
meaty.
percolate and digest and absorb everything from a big day today. But this is probably where we're thinking we're at in the process is next week having a conversation around, okay, now we're seeing how it's all built and landed. Where to from here? And, Helen has done some modelling of the old numbers of what a shifting the rates cap looks like, and how that sort of flows down to affected property. So that's worth having a read and digesting.
Thank you.
We'll cover this next week.
Carolyn?
Yeah, just a general question. I always understood that the bulk of the rates in the district fell on the rural dweller, but this pie graph seems to suggest otherwise. If I misunderstood.
Yep, the bulk of the general rate.
The general rate, yeah, but the total, that's right.
Yes.
And if you go back to the general rate pie graph,
That's general and UAGC.
you don't have a general rate on its own.
Oh, this implies it's more 50-50.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so has that been a change through this deliberation, or is that something we've been misunderstood because we haven't had the pie graph?
I think that's just a case of having transparency of the data that you can actually see where it falls.
Yeah.
Because that's been a myth in this town then for a long, long time.
Well, the biggest impact is the revaluation, in fact. So every 3 years when QV does the revaluation,
Yes.
and last time we saw a lift for residential property and a much more modest lift or even a decline in the rural area. So what held true before the revaluation will never hold true after that. So I think that's what you're seeing, as well as perhaps the assumptions were historically valid but are less so now.
That's very interesting.
Richard?
I totally disagree with that statement, because I'll bring up just a good example. Everybody who lives in a $790,000 house, more of their rates are for something that everybody in the rural sector doesn't get or pay for themselves. So if we took that number, it's around 2,500 goes to rubbish, water, wastewater and urban amenity. And if you go to urban amenity, the one that and then the other one, if you go road in general, UAGC, that's $1,600. So more money is spent. So if you put a line about through the middle of that, that's services that town people get, that other people get the service and they pay for it. So there's actually another quarter sitting out to the side that rural people pay for, that they pay for outside of the council business.
Yes, that's right.
But you can't.
I was just talking about the
Yeah.
dialogue we've heard prior. That was all.
Your light's not on, Carolyn, so.
Yeah, but it is true. But you don't get a service, so you can't compare the two.
Okay. Right, where to next? We've got next steps. So we will look at the UAGC, the 30% versus 27.5%. Or something else, yes.
I guess the final conversation is there anything else you want for next week's conversation that you haven't got, or an update to anything that you've received today?
Richard?
The waste I talked to Neil and Hamish about, I'd like to just clarify that for next week, if we could just run through that to check that it's right.
Yep. And I think all of this could possibly fall into next week, if that's okay. So if we have, changes in levels of service.
Just how much work would it take, because we've roughly gone 2.2 on most of our fees and charges. If we said across the board we feel, oh, that's probably a bit light, if we went to 4%, what difference would that make? Is that an easy thing to do, just as another comparison, I suppose, to have next week? And then actually if you went 4.4, that's double, and then it's easy to go all off. Yeah.
It's relatively easy.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other requests that you'd like to have so that it's ready for next week? No. If there's anything you think of, email through.
Through you, Helen, I wonder what's a reasonable time frame to have the changes from last night and today reflected in the property rates, that the first table in this last lot of slides. How many days is that to distribute? Because I think if that was out before the next workshop, that would make the next workshop much more useful.
I'd definitely like to commit to getting it out before the next workshop. I don't think I can commit to getting it out this week. So maybe end of Monday.
So we're aiming to give you at least a day or an evening or two to look at that prior to the next workshop. That's our aim, because I think that information would be really helpful to how you start to answer some of these broader questions.
Okay, thank you. And we'll talk consultation for.
We'll take you through where consultation looks like it's landing next week.
Okay.
And so that's our following next week. I don't think our next conversation with the annual plan is scheduled till the 11th of March, and that's scheduled to go through the draft annual plan per se. So if we think we need to find another date between next week and then, we'll have to make a plan and adjust schedules accordingly.
Yeah. So we've got next week, we've got a workshop, nothing the week after, and then the 11th we have something. So, okay, the draft, right. Great, thank you all, 5:30 on the dot. Thanks for all your work, and thank you everyone. We've had a long day.